The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with a cold hard hatred.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I'd like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I won't give back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down, they wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt, they're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Nothing's going to stop us. The power, the will to power to do it is all within ourselves. Featured stories today. We're going to have the great Dean Brant Danger with us a little bit later for a little bit longer of a swash through. It's going to be exciting. You don't want to miss it. We're going to be talking about Sam, Melia, Donald Trump, Brian Kilmeade, and Christopher Rufo, and anti-white Hollywood's weekend box office collapses 66% over last year. Hollywood going down the toilet. The Go Free lesson of the day is hitting us in the race while we defend the abstraction. Your comments, calls, questions, and Twitter space. And then there's this. A livestock agent stopped by my ranch this morning. I need to inspect your animals for the bird flu, he said. By all means, officer. Just don't go in that field over there, I said. The livestock officer snapped at me, saying, do you know who the hell I am? I have the authority of the federal government with me, he shouted, before pulling out a badge out of his back pocket and shoving it into my face. Do you see this goddamn badge, hayseed? I know you're out in the sun all day and it's been cooking your brains. But this badge means I can do whatever the hell I want, and I can go wherever the hell I want. Have I made myself clear? I nodded and went about my chores without saying a word. A short while later, I heard loud screams, looked up, and saw the livestock agent running for his life from my raging 2,000-pound bull. With each step, my bull was gaining ground, and it sure looked like the agent would be gored before he could get to the fence. He looked terrified as he ran for his life. I knew I had to do something, so I shouted, your badge! Show him your fucking badge! The arrogance of the government employees, ladies and gentlemen. Just show him your badge. It's glorious to be here with every one of you on this wonderful Sunday evening, Monday morning. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, and midnight in Moscow. We are across from Mordor on the Potomac, and we are going to dive right into the stories that we have here today. But first, if you would like to financially gift yours truly, you may do so at the following platforms. You can do so over at Cash App. You can do so on Subscribe Star. You can do so on Odyssey. You can do so on D-Live. You can do so on Rumble. But if it's on Rumble, try to make it no more than $1 because they take a full 40%. And that's even before the tax man gets to get at it. So you may write anything you'd like in there when you financially gift me. And do not forget, we also have Entropy up and running. All of the links for these are in the description below. You can also become a monthly financial gifter at several options, including Subscribe Star and Gumroad, which is also an option for monthly financial gifting. And this is the first Sunday of the month. We will be celebrating the monthly financial gifters a little bit later in the gathering today. You can also head on over to nowhiteguilt.org, nowhiteguilt.org, and you can financially gift me there. By clicking on the financial gift tab, you'll see the options we have available, including 5 cryptocurrency wallets and a snail mail address. The snail of the mail. The snail of the mail. He's an Italian, a snail of mail, and his address is there. You can financially gift me there, or you can just write me. You can send me little trinkets, whatever it is that's on your mind. Otherwise, this is a going free gathering. So this is not just about entertainment, providing an immersive effect like a Disney World. That's not what we do here. It's to make you feel like you're part of it, kind of in an Alex Jonesian way. It's what all of these content creators, so many of them do. Make you feel like you're part of it. We're in the war room. Although you're not actually doing nothing. But we're in the war room. Watch the stormtroopers march by. Here comes Vader. Immersive effect, no. You are actually an activist here. You are a participant. You are engaged. And not only that, But when we celebrate our swashbuckling victories today, ladies and gentlemen, it's out of this world. Another colossal set of victories, things that are, and I want you to pay attention to these words, replicable and scalable. Replicable, scalable. Why does that do anything, Jason? What does it matter if you just get them to change policies and change the curriculum at a school for children? Why does that matter? Because it's replicable and scalable, dipshit. That's why it matters. Why do the dummies always contend? Why do they always challenge? It's figured out. Let's just recapture our destiny for Christ's sake. The only community that has the big victories, since you are going to be participating and not just watching and then going around and saying, "You're my king. This thing is my king." Since you're not going to be doing that here, since you are going to be the king and queen of white well-being, you like how I did that there, you are going to participate. You are going to learn. You are going to tag me as no white guilt. Tag me as no white guilt. Tag me as no white guilt. And I will see what you have to say, and then we can talk about it. It's questions, it's comments, it's concerns, it's suggestions, it's beliefs, and we will engage and we will discuss. Wonderful to see everybody, the champions that are here today. I want to remind you that we are horrifically shadow banned, not by the anti-whites who are down the rungs, not by the anti-whites who are down the rungs, and they're just able to see the villain in the anti-white narrative. We are shadow banned by the anti-whites that have the power and intelligence, the deviousness to see that we in this community, this lexical dialectical power, the lexical legerdemain, the lexical dialectical armory of Go Free is actually a contender against the psychological warfare waged against us. We have the psychological defense, the 201 IQ psychological defense for the psychological warfare waged against us. So we are horribly shadow banned. In fact, if you have followed me recently, you did not most likely get the message that we are live today. And so you need to follow me elsewhere. You need to follow me on Telegram. You need to follow me on Twitter. You need to follow me on Gab. You need to follow me on Facebook. All of the links are provided at nowhiteguilt.org. Make sure you follow me in multiple places, because those with the power to interfere at every little lever and joint in the process of getting this information to you and the alerts that we are going live, they are interfering, ladies and gentlemen, and we're seeing the consequences of that interference. Remember, there's a big difference between getting censored and banned by anti-whites who are down the rungs, who know what the villain in their narrative looks like, and those who are at the top, who are obviously able to see the success that we are having. Change the language, impossible for them not to notice. Anti-whiteism ends with you is on, and he says Give Send Go would be a good way to send money to support the efforts of sending anti-whiteism members of ending anti-whiteism and members of the community. Yeah, Give Send Go. I guess I can look into that. We're going to jump into it right now. Promethean Kitchen, you're definitely being shadow banned on YouTube because you've been at 25,000 for a long time. Yeah, precisely. It is hardcore. The shadow banning is across the platforms, and it's definitely on Twitter. We've measured it with third parties and done some experiments ourselves. So please, you have to retweet. You have to regab. You have to repost on Facebook. If you're not doing it, I look at this and I see like 5 retweets. I mean, what the living fuck is that? Are you serious? If we have 2,000 people watch a video, 3,000 people watch a stream after it's been up for a couple of days, and I've got 5 fucking retweets. Are you kidding? No, the community is just going to atrophy until there's only a handful of us left. So retweet, regab, do your duty. Me sending out the message on multiple platforms is not going to be enough. Let's go ahead and get into our first item of the day, which is Sam Melia. And this has infuriated me to no end. Let me just pull this up. Sam Melia. Now, as you know, Sam and my interactions with Sam and the fellowship that we had, he never said anything that was white negative. He never said anything that was that anyone would determine to be a racial animus, and even had him on. In fact, let me show you. We even had him on. Can we do this? What will happen if I do this? I don't know. Let's see. Oh, you know what? I'm not going to be able to do that. But we even had him on this channel. I don't know if you all remember that or not, but there he is. When we had him over here, Sam Melia, and we had a great time. I met Sam in person, and again, he was very helpful, very nice guy, lovable guy, one of the good kind of guys, the kind of guy that you would allow, and I say this intentionally, allow to watch your kids. Nice guy, reliable guy, and my heart is breaking for him and his family and his children and Laura for what they are doing to Sam. Regrettably, it is exactly as I predicted, and it's not a big prediction. It's not a big prediction. The part that I'm talking about, or I should say, I guess maybe it is a big prediction, but it's not one that others should not have been able to make, because how many times do we have to see in the white sympathetic sphere? I feel like in the past 2+ decades, I've seen this happen. It literally feels like 100 times where a couple decides they're going to go down the route of, and I'm not saying that Sam did this, but go down the route of being a white negative, playing the villain in the anti-white narrative. They get in trouble with the law as a consequence of it. And then the next thing that happens is CPS shows up, and they begin asking about the kids and what kind of conditions are the kids exposed to and what are the kids being taught. So I believe that we could go back and find on air, on stream, when I actually said that they're probably going to come after his children. I believe it was on stream. I said it definitely. I believe it was on stream. And sure as shit, they've shown up and they're coming after his children. Well, his relationship with his children. And we can go ahead. Is it going to be a big leap here to say that will Sam, as a consequence of what's happened here, have to have monthly visits or the equivalent thereof in order to be able to be in the presence of his children moving forward? I guess we'll see. But this is the reason why, and I say with great love to our brothers and sisters out there in white sympathy, this is why I jump in front of the door and I say, don't go out there and say anything that looks like the villain in their narrative. Not a thing. I know it's unfair. I know that the anti-whites are total scum. I know that they allow rapists and child predators to do whatever they want. And I am more disgusted and more furious by that than you could ever imagine being yourself. I am more, because I've seen it more. Maybe I'm more empathetic. Maybe it bothers me more. But I'm more furious about it than you could ever imagine yourself being. I get more angry over it. And this is the fact that that's happening in the world disgusts me. But it is what drives me in part to step in front of the door and say, don't go outside in advocacy, in sympathy for our people, to be pro-white, to be a white nationalist, and say anything, display anything that looks like the villain in their story. Forget about what you believe in. Forget about what you think. Don't do any of it. You can advocate, and you'll see we're going to be celebrating another fucking colossal success. Several of them later in the gathering today. And all of it is replicable and scalable. Replicable and scalable. So the victory is here. The formula is here. All we need to do is repeat and scale it up. That's all we have to do. And that requires people adopting the Go Free strategy, the Go Free stratagem. So I get in front of the door and I put my hands on the chests of good people, the Sam Melias of the world. And I say, do not do this. Do not. And again, I don't know exactly what he said. Like if he went out there, and I know that people are saying that the court said that he put up stickers that were anti-Jew or that were racial animus targeting Muslims. I haven't seen any of that. I don't know any of that. None of it. They said that he had like a picture of Hitler or something in his house. I doubt it, but I don't know. So I jump in front of the door, whatever it is, because I know that a lot of people in resistance to anti-whiteism, they stand up and they're like, well, whatever disgusts anti-whiteism, I'm gonna adopt it, even superficially, because it's an affront to my victimizer. And trust me, I get that. I felt the exact same thing when I came into the sphere. And then I thought about it and I said, you know what? That's not really me. That's not really what I'm about. That doesn't harmonize with who I am. And worse yet, it makes me look like their villain, which makes me identifiable to everyone who is anti-white, and makes me also a desirable target for the anti-whites to just ruin my life. And then I thought, you know what? I better tell other people in the white sympathetic sphere about this, because their lives will be ruined, and I don't want their lives ruined. I want them to be able to be home with their wives and children and home with their wife during the birth of their child. I want them to be able to continue without the state intervening in any way, shape, or form in the lives of their children. That's what I want for them. And for that, because I want to get in the way, because I want to actually love these people, because I know that saying it's not fair what they're doing to them, it doesn't lessen their pain at all. It doesn't lessen their misery at all. It doesn't lessen their little babies growing up in an environment where the government is constantly threatening to take their children away. It doesn't make it better for them to say it's not fair. What makes it better is to throw your arms around them in love and say, don't do this. Please don't do this. And I have been doing that in the face of endless imputations of a Jewish heritage and Fed background and on, every kind of slander under the sun. And I still move forward saying this. Why would that be? What am I getting out of it? Am I getting paid out of it? No, I don't get money out of it. The only thing that drives me in the face of those who are going to slander me and hate me for this is love for them. That's the only thing that could possibly drive a person to weather the endless attacks and endless lies and endless misrepresentation. So I said, this, and I outlined a couple things that happened, that could happen as a consequence of Sam being found guilty. And we're going to talk about another very unfair conviction to one President Donald J. Trump right after this in just a moment. But we're at the Justice Report right now. Political prisoner Sam Melia denied access to his own children. This should so anger you. You should be so furious. Yes, furious at the anti-whites in the system. All of them, not just the Jewish anti-whites, which there are plenty of them, but all of the anti-whites. You should be furious with them that they would do this to somebody that, as far as I know, and everybody else says, is this loving, is this wonderful guy. You should be furious at them. And then, if, as I said in my tweet, if you are close to this family and you can help them in ways that would be obviously you're going to do that, please do that. Beyond that very inner circle, we need to take steps to prevent the future Sams, right? You can't help Sam now in any way other, and you can't help his children now. You're beyond that very inner ring, beyond stopping the future Sams of the future. And to be redundant there, this is not something that just Jason is calling upon you to do. This is something that dignity and honor calls upon you to do. There are more babies out there to be harmed. There are future generations. There are activists that we need to be active with their intelligence, with their love, with their finances, with their connectivity, with their creativity, and having them in jail and having their lives ruined and having them unable to work in the field that they've been trained in and having their access to their children undermined is the exact kind of thing that we need to prevent if we love our, that's what a people do. Selfish individualists look at what's happening at Sam and they say, well, it's just all the anti-whites, and let's feed more Sams and families to the gears, because then I, as a selfish individualist, can go out into the world and I'll have even more evidence for my arguments about how unfair the anti-white system is. If that's your thinking, you're a piece of shit. You should be worried. You should be concerned. You should be hurting for Sam and the Sams and the Lauras and their children's that came before Sam and Laura and those to come yet. And you should be of the mind that you're going to prevent those to come yet. That's what love, that's what a people do. Sam Melia, UK-based nationalist, jailed over politically themed stickers, has now been denied access to his own children by prison authorities. According to a statement by Melia's wife, Laura Towler, prison officials have classified her non-violent husband as a so-called, now this is the official term, person posing a risk to children, PPRC over there in the UK. So this is CPS in the US. CPS, the exact same thing. It's the exact same thing that's happened thousands of times, and I have been privy to, it feels like at least 100 times. And they're like, God, they're coming for the kids. Can you believe it? And I'm like, yeah, maybe you should not have gotten the swastika tattoo. Maybe you shouldn't have, but I should be able to. Okay, you should be able to, but now your kids are taken away from you. So what would have been better? What would be better? And if you're out there, you want to hate me for loving these people, then you to hell. You don't deserve a people if that's where you are. If you're going to lie about me, if you're going to say all this bullshit to slander me to get people not to listen and watch the guy who actually loves Western kind, if that's what you're doing, then I hope you just rot in fucking hell for that. Whatever you do, don't watch the guy who's actually acting out of love. So what do you need to hear me say to prevent you from watching him? Additionally, Towler states that she can't even mention her kids, their kids, during visiting hours or provide him with pictures of their children. So he's not going to be home for the birth of the child. He can't even talk about the birth of the child. He can't even talk about the birth of the child. That is how disgusting the anti-whites are. That is how villainous the anti-whites are. That is that they will go to any length, and again, we're going to be talking about in just a second with Donald Trump, any length to destroy anything that isn't anti-white enough and anyone who isn't anti-white enough. Sam, not anti-white enough. Destroy him. Quote, my husband's political prisoner, Sam Melia, has been banned by the state, HMP, Hull, from having any contact with his children while he is in prison. Not only this, but he is not allowed any photographs of our children. And I'm not even allowed to mention them to him when I speak with him. I want you to follow what comes next. I want you to follow what comes next. And this is where your love, this is where you have to have love, where you have to have compassion, where you have to do the right thing. I understand. I'm angry. I've physically fought anti-whites. All these keyboard warriors, all these people, these big talkers online that have said, oh, we got to fight them. We're going to fight to the end. It's going to be blood and it's going to be sanguinary. I'm sorry. They don't know what sanguinary means. It's going to be, they've never physically fought a single one. They've never had teeth knocked out. They've never broken jaws. They've never been bloodied. They've never been, only like less than 1% of them, these people who do all the typing about how it's going to be violent. And when somebody like a good soul like Sam is harmed by the anti-white system and it could have been prevented, all they want is more violent talk about the system. Why? So more people can go to jail, so more people can be separated from their children. Here's what's going to happen next for Sam and Laura. Laura is probably going to end up being investigated by the government in the police department or whatever in the UK for intimating information about the children. So unless Laura is just dotting the I's and crossing the T's with a meticulousness that the most fastidious mother would swoon at, there's going to be an investigation. Why? Because Laura and Sam aren't anti-white enough. So it's legitimate. Therefore, they're not humans. They're dehumanized. They have no value. They can be victimized with impunity. They can be victimized by the anti-whites. And here's what I want you to understand. Don't anthropomorphize anti-whiteism and anti-white individuals into a single entity. People look out, individuals, the world is composed, the groups are composed of individuals who, to varying degrees of anti-white emotion and thought and belief, etc., believe that they're acting morally or immorally in the world per that metric. Now, when you are confronted with somebody like this, like some kind of child protective services, some kind of family intervention by the state, these individuals, they are individuals. And if they believe, if they're in society at all, and they believe, therefore, that anti-whiteism is moral, if they perceive you to be the personification of the villain in that story, then taking your kids away, they'll do it without the least compunction. They'll separate without the least compunction. It's not machinery. These are human beings. So you have to understand, and I know you don't, so you just listen to me. That's the way you get it right. They're human beings. Now, if they don't see you as the personification of pure evil in the anti-white narrative, if they see you as a good person trying to do what's right, maybe you disagree. You're just trying to, like, for example, in the victimization of our people without wanting to victimize anybody else, which is our honest position, then they won't feel like they're doing the moral thing to separate you from your kids, to look for any jot and tittle to investigate, any excuse whatsoever. Of course, there will be anti-whites like that in the world. Your odds of facing an anti-white like that are slim. Your odds that you're going to face somebody who is villainy signaling anti-whiteism or otherwise tainted with anti-whiteism are far more likely. It's far more likely that's what you're going to come up against. So what's going to happen is, unless Laura is extremely careful, she's going to end up getting the mother end up getting investigated. Now both parents are in trouble. This is a legitimate possibility. I don't know the law in the UK and how this sort of status that they have now branded, this stigmata on Sam Melia. I don't know how long this lasts. I don't know how many home intervention visits. But I can tell you this. When Sam gets out, it's probably not going to go away. It's probably going to haunt him for a long time. There will probably be follow-up. There might even be magnification. There will probably be home visits to make sure that the kids are not in a villainous household where there are pictures on the walls of villains, where there are books on the bookshelves of villains, people going through your private affairs, people going through what should otherwise be a harmonious and loving upbringing. The kids wondering, who is this woman and man, or man and man, or woman and woman? And they're always coming to the house. Who are they? And why do they ask so many questions? And why do I have to be taken alone with them in another room? Why does all this have to happen to me? And remember, when I was speculating about the victimization of Sam, all of this garbage that came out from the white sympathetic sphere to slander me for speculating that it could get worse, to slander me because I speculated based on all of the other cases I've witnessed in my life of lives ruined that it could get worse. So here I am again speculating that it might get worse for Sam. And that is infuriating, that we live in a world conquered by the anti-whites and anti-whiteism, that they're going to be victimizing Sam and Laura and their babies, these anti-white demons from hell, victimizing them and their babies because they're not anti-white enough. Final word is, if you were on that inner circle, you're close to this family, you're a neighbor, everything is going to occur to you about the different ways that you can help them. What we can do further out, further afield from Sam is more fervently condemn the behavior that comes anywhere close to the line of appearing like the villain in the anti-white narrative. Now, I know that is going to take a bunch of LARPers playtime away from them. And those who come out to slander me, those will be the most fervent LARPers of all, because it's going to take away their fun and it's going to take away their selfish, individualistic excuse to be able to go out in the world and say, see how right I am? Another life ruined. Well, that's an actual fucking life, you piece of shit. And it's not just his. It's the children, for Christ's sake, that did nothing. So do the right thing. Be a man and woman of the West. We have something that actually works. Maybe you don't believe in it, but we have something that actually works and it has evidence for working, and people's lives get better. By the way, I'll just go ahead and remind everybody that I wrote to the judges for Sven Longshanks in another country to try to reduce whether he would be sent to prison or not, and then if he was, to reduce the jail time. I wrote a letter to the judges for him, and that's not the first time that I have stepped up when I knew people well enough to be able to write a letter on their behalf. And in one case, the sentence was reduced because of the letter I wrote to the judge. The judge actually told the guy, you should have more friends like this, talking about me. So don't fucking tell me that I don't care about people in the sphere and friends, etc., getting arrested and going to jail and what happens to them thereafter. Don't fucking dare, when I'm the one who writes letters, when it's my name and real identity, you anonymous turds out there that go into the hands of judicial systems, judges, which can then very easily investigate and pass that information along. He wrote on this guy's behalf. Investigate him now. What's going on with him? So I'm the one who wrote. So the last one in the UK, Sven Longshanks, I gave it my best. I wrote the judges my best. Sven received the letter and passed it on to the judges. So you want to talk about somebody who's doing something, who's not doing something, real name, real fucking face, going into the court system on behalf of these people who have done or said things that entertained other people and that they believed were the things to do and say when you resist anti-whiteism. And I wrote on their behalf. What did you do? Did you walk around and say that it wasn't fair what they were doing to them in your anonymity? What did you do? Send them $100? Send them 5 pounds? Send them 50 pounds? Is that what you did? Well, I got up there with my name and face. And if Sam had reached out and said, hey, I need a reference, a character reference for this judges, to me, you better believe that I would have said to those judges everything and more that I've said to you all about Sam. What did you do? Now slander me now. Anybody slandering me demonstrates what garbage they are, and they don't deserve to be in the white sympathetic sphere. Throw their asses right out. Absolute scum. Heart goes out. Give your prayers. Give your love. Give your prayers. Give your positive energy to Sam, his wife, and most importantly, their children, because this is only the beginning. Those anti-white garbage, this is only the beginning. Let's keep rolling. Make sure these systems are up and running, and they are. we'll jump on over to what you need to know, and I'll just take a quick look at anybody. I see a few tags off on the screen. You can tag me on the commenting portion on Twitter. Tag me as No White Guilt. You can write under the actual on the thread on Twitter as well, and on all of these other platforms, you got to tag me as No White Guilt. I want you to really appreciate the character assassination that I have willingly endured out of love. I really appreciate that, because look at the size of this audience. It has everything to do with enduring the slanders and the character assassination from people in the white sympathetic sphere because of my love for the actual activists, because of my love for my brothers and sisters. I really want you to acknowledge that. I really want you to pause and say that this guy, No White Guilt, this guy, Jason Köhne, gets nothing out of this demonstration of his love for the people in the white sympathetic sphere. And in fact, all he gets from the riffraff is character assassination. And then as a consequence, the size of the audience shrinks a little bit more out of love. If there's a God, these fuckers will be struck down, and I will get the audience and the attention that we need to save our people. If there's a God, that will happen. Let's pull up Donald Trump. And Samuski says, that is the level of effectiveness with the work for white well-being we should all be striving to reach. Well said. Cool Papa J Magic. I've talked to people who don't follow Go Free, but also say they appreciate No White Guilt for his work. Thank you. Slaughtz says, Jason, knowing the depravity of anti-white robs the willfully ignorant of their claim for outrage. Yes, thank you so much for that, Slaughtz. I appreciate it. Anti-whiteism ends with you says, Jason's warning needs to be clipped, edited, and made part of a pre-show intro video. The message needs to be heard by everyone that discovers these streams. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Great to see everybody. If you have any questions or comments about Sam, tag me now, because I'm getting into, or you want to share your thoughts, tag me now. I'm going to be getting into Donald Trump, another travesty. We have a travesty of justice with Sam and his family, and particularly his children, because Sam's a big boy, and as much as I like him, as much as I think he's one of the good guys, if he did the things that they said, then he has agency, and he knew the potential of the consequences for that, as unfair as they are. But his babies didn't do anything. Nonetheless, the anti-whites are going to make them suffer. And they're suffering right now because their daddy isn't home to protect them, to provide for them, to nurture them, to love them. That's going to make me choke up. I cannot stand harming children. I cannot stand white children being victimized by anti-whiteism. Samuski says, salutes to you for your tireless work. Thank you so much, brother. Stumbling says, hail, brother. Thanks for talking about this. And yes, I'm having my defense of Sam by undoing the villainy, J-spurging, but still getting anti-whiteism out there. So caveat my defense of Sam. Right. Still getting anti-whiteism out there. Thank you so much for your service to white well-being, Stumbling. Are you going to do a similar show to the after party at some point? Yeah, it's definitely potential to be brought back. Team WWB truly are the special operations forces for white well-being, says WLK. Very well said. We are indeed. All right, tag me as No White Guilt. For the next topic, Promethean Kitchen's asking about the potential for civil war, and I will get into that. Marilyn, hello to you. Great to see everybody. Spud Ruckus is here. Please share the stream. We're shadow banned, and I get it because of me for years and many years, long before streaming, trying to stop people from self-destructive behaviors out of love for our people, trying to create a people out of our deracinated race. Because remember, I don't get paid for that. I get slandered. I get in arguments. I get my character assassinated because of it. Because dumb people and selfish people can't see the broader and bigger picture of activists and their families becoming the living heartbeat of an actual movement, and therefore a people, a movement that creates a people. They can't see it. So instead, I have to endure them, all the types of slanders that you can possibly imagine. Not the least, some of this garbage, some of this absolute garbage, saying that Jason said that Sam deserves it. Fuck you all down. I would whoop your ass if you came out of your anonymity and you let me know who you are and where you are. I will come and personally kick the living shit out of you for lying about me that way, to destroy the work I'm doing for Western Kind. And do you know where the ferocity of the punches will come from? Not out of my fury over what you're doing to me, but over the fury that you unleash in me that inhibits my ability to protect white children. So you better get ready for that to be the last fucking fight of your life. After that, it'll be all liquid meals, motherfucker. It'll be all liquid meals. You fight a lot harder when you're fighting for home and hearth. And that, what that statement means is your people. All right, I'll pull this up on the screen. And we'll see if I have any tags. Stumbling says here with a $5 financial gift on entropy. And I'm going to read it now because it's about the topic. Promethean hails, brother Jason. Patriotic Alternative, the party Sam is affiliated with, do a lot of J-spurging and mid-century German LARPing. Would you talk with them on a live stream if the opportunity came up? They are in dire need of guidance. Thank you for that. And I've actually had just this week, and is it associated with what happened with Sam? I don't know. Just this week, I've had 3 people reach out from the weekly Patriotic Alternative show audience, and they might be members of PA, and say how much the show has gone downhill, that it's nothing but J-spurging now. It's just everything is the Jews and boring. And the only reason they show up anymore is for the audience, to talk to the other people in the audience, and how much value I was to the show while I was there, and the questioning of things in different ways. And they wish that I would not have been separated from the great divorce over there, and I appreciate that deeply. I don't know who there is. I don't know who there is to talk to over PA. Mark is in charge, and Mark has to do this. He clearly made his decision. He clearly made his decision with regard to me and only condemning anti-white Jews rather than Jew. Let me rephrase this: condemning Jews on the basis of anti-whiteism rather than condemning Jews on the basis of their birth. I made that very clear. And the people, the lowest IQ, the dumbest, the most violent, all said, no, it's got to be on the basis of their birth rather than on the basis of their anti-whiteism. They just are and by the way, just yesterday, another non-white Jew hater showed up trying to tell me that I have to hate Jews, all Jews, for the good of my people. And I said, you don't give a shit about white well-being. Get the hell out of here. Want nothing to do with you. Get lost. This multiracial. So who knows the people that are actually pressuring Mark and giving Mark money, which he needs for his family because he can't work anywhere else. Who knows? And they're saying you got to hate all Jews on the basis of their birth rather than on the basis of their anti-whiteism. Unable to see, as I've been explaining for decades, that when we talk about if you talk about hating Jews or blacks or whoever on the basis of their birth, you are centering them. You are in their tail. And evidence of being in their tail is how willingly these activists will take the identifiers from their folklore. When you say that they are anti-white, you're centering us. You're making a people. I can't believe that the white race is this stupid. But obviously now we can see, I ran a poll about it. Obviously now we can see this Jew-hating movement has been multiracial all along. It's a bunch of tons of Arabs are in it, but people of all other groups wanting to increase their group's standing by trying to bring down Jews. And they want to do it with white people. So I appreciate it, but I don't know who I could talk to. Maybe more and more people will come to their senses as people like Fuentes, who is now the leader of the multiracial Jew-hating movement. It's not Mark, it's not David Duke, it's not any of these folks that have done these white people who have laid the groundwork for the Jew-hating movement. Now it's just the reins are just taken by this multiracial promoter of Jew hatred. And by the way, saying that it's all of the knowledge has originated with him. All of the knowledge, all of the awareness. He's the one that's making everybody. He's just taken all of your work of hatred of all Jewish people on the basis of their birth. He's just taken it. And the thousands are saying he's their king. How do you like that theft? Of course, it was going to fall into the hands of a 1/4 or 1/2 Mexican because the movement is multiracial. Of course. Then they don't care at all about white people. All right, just checking real quick to see if there are any other comments about Sam, and we're going to keep rolling. Nationalist says over here on Rumble, thank you very much. He says, you're bringing out a lot of truth with this, Jason. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Remember, if they slander me into oblivion, if they silence me, it's going to be the white sympathetic sphere who socially assassinate my character. The devious, the most powerful anti-whites are censoring our ability to reach out and make people aware that we're streaming and working and etc. But the character assassination is from the white sympathetic sphere. So if we get to a point where you mention my name and people say, Kim, he has a fetish for 90-year-old males, and he's also a Fed, and that one have it. If we get to that point, you can thank the multiracial Jew-hating movement for that, who LARP as concerned for white people when they don't have the least bit of concern for white people. The biggest beneficiaries of the multiracial Jew-hating movement are anti-white Jews. All right, let's get into something. Says he will pray for them. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's get into we even had years ago Antifa, anti-whites, investigate me. They found out, there I am. I'm in the open. They're like, here's where he lives. And they didn't even tell people. Antifa didn't dox me. Antifa didn't say, well, this is where he lives, and this is where you can find him at work, and this is who did believe that they doxed me. The Nazi LARPers. So imagine that. Antifa investigates, gets all my info, and they say, well, I'm not going to release it. And one of the guys on one of the shows was like, well, you know what? This guy's actually, the kind of claims he makes are actually not really that bad. Why? Because that Antifa member sounded white, and there I am, my heart true and open to the world, that I don't want to bring harm to anybody on the basis of their birth. I just want to stop the victimization of white people. And so they're like, well, why would they be indifferent? Does that make me illegitimate? And if you think it makes me illegitimate, you're showing, your midwittery is showing. I guess this is what I'll say. There's the difference between being visible as a group's villain and ineffective, and not being their villain by way of showing who you genuinely are and what you genuinely want for year after year, decade after decade of evidence. So the worst of the worst, arrested many times, by the way, the people from this Antifa group. I mean, these are some foul suckers. They didn't dox me, but the Nazi LARPers did. And a lot of people in the PWR community were like, yes, let's share that info. And they put it up on the screen, and Mark Collett was like, yep, I'll just leave it there. So what does that tell you? A guy who's given his whole life for white well-being. And that's the way I'm treated by those peers. What does that tell you about those people? When even Antifa is like, meh. If there's God, there'll be justice. If there's a God, there'll be justice. Here's what you should know about Donald Trump's conviction in his hush money trial. Well, as you all know, Donald Trump was convicted this past Thursday of 34 felonies. Now, where did this begin for Donald Trump? I mean, he's been on a long trip, hasn't he? I think technically we can say it began in 2016. The Obama administration, by way of spying on Carter Page, had issued a FISA warrant allowing the government to spy on Donald Trump's campaign. And then, of course, we saw the anti-whites stymie and undermine everything that Donald Trump tried to do while in office, and anti-whites on both sides of the political spectrum while he was in office. What else did we see? We saw the Hunter laptop that was real. We saw that pushed aside as, and by the way, how many agents came forward? 30 some agents from different agencies, all saying that the Russia hoax was real. Nothing happened to these people relative to this FISA warrant and spying on Carter Page. Nothing happened all the way back in 2016. Nothing happened to him or to them. They all lied under oath. Nothing happened. You had 2 impeachments of Donald Trump, 2 impeachments. And what, only 2 impeachments in American history before that? Am I right or wrong there? The first one was because he talked to Zelensky on the phone, had a perfectly legitimate conversation. And then it was also in that first impeachment, that conversation. And then what was it? Impeding Congress or whatever, because he told the staff, don't bother to participate because this is bullshit. So that was the first impeachment. And then the second impeachment for Patriots Day. And then that impeachment was held over, and it could have been carried all the way through the Senate, held over his head so that he couldn't speak out more aggressively and openly. And that's what the Republicans did to him in that impeachment. You have the special counsel who raided his home in Mar-a-Lago for documents that he could legally take with him from the White House. In fact, some of those documents reported being sent to him by the Biden government, by the Biden administration. And then the FBI, with at the order of the special counsel, given the right to kill when they raided Mar-a-Lago to go get these documents. I mean, look at this. Look at this. There is no justice in the United States. You had, after Patriots Day, January 6th, you had 1,500 or so of his supporters that were arrested by the DOJ and falsely imprisoned. There is no justice in the United States. A law used, you remember we covered it, that had to do with modifying documents that was used erroneously to imprison all of these folks that were arrested. How many ended up being imprisoned? Over 1,500 or so of Donald Trump's supporters arrested. What else is there? What else have they done to Donald Trump? It's just been one thing after the, well, all of these civil and criminal cases right after he got out of office. All of the criminal and civil cases multiplying, and everybody thinks they know all, and there are more. Every time I look, I'm like, oh my God, there's another. Here's another. Here's another. And they're all fraudulent, in my opinion. I'm a member of the laity. So in my lay opinion, when it comes to the law, they're all fraudulent. They're baseless. And it's a travesty of justice. And by the way, don't misuse travesty and tragedy. The words don't mean anything the same. If people use them interchangeably, erroneously, because of the sounds like syndrome, they're not the same at all. Travesty is not a worse tragedy. They're not at all. The one is a gross distortion, travesty. Gross distortion. The other one is a great injury and hardship, tragedy. Anyhow, so a travesty of justice. So everything I said and more. What else was there? He's been victimized in so many different ways. While he was in office, as soon as he got out of office, it's unending. And so here we have this totally bogus case, erroneous money to conceal a relationship that wasn't properly recorded by people way down the chain from Donald Trump. And of course, you could do this to anyone and everyone. So 34 counts he's found guilty of. And the judge, as you know, Merchan, I think his name is, he's not even, was he even born in this country? How the fuck is he allowed to be a judge? If you weren't born in this country, you should not be allowed to have any position in government or policing. I mean, I look in Fairfax County, Northern Virginia, richest county, second richest county in the country, and the government is full from top to bottom with foreigners, people born in other countries. Well, I was growing up with people with, kids my age, and their family, they would tell me about how their families were bringing in more people from their country, and they had lined them up for government jobs once they got here. So you come from a foreign land, you go right into the six-figure salary of Fairfax County governance, or upper five figures right away. Sounds like pretty good money to me. Sounds like a pretty good situation, pretty good ruse to pull on the host population to me. Each of these, and we'll be talking about this, each of these 34 convictions can, I guess is, what is it? Is it 4 years? They can carry up to 4 years apiece. Now, don't go doing the multiplication, because it's beyond 20 years, and 20 years is the maximum that Donald Trump could be given as a consequence. And July 11th, I think it is, days before the Republican convention, is when Merchan, who has been garbage throughout the entire trial, has been unfair garbage throughout the entire trial, will be deciding what Trump's sentence is. That same guy. The same guy who gave a 2-hour instruction lecture to the jury saying that they could just pick among all of these different charges and they didn't need to be unanimous on any of them. But if on any of them they found him guilty, then he would be guilty. So imagine that. The kangaroo court, so corrupt that the kangaroos are complaining being associated with it. This is third world dictator show trial garbage. There's no justice in the West. There is no justice. Look at what they're doing to Sam. Look at what they're doing to Donald Trump. But the bright side to this is that within 10 hours of the conviction, Trump's website, before it crashed from the influx of people logging in to make donations, took in just under 40 million, a record in small donations, just over 40 million, and then crashed. Who knows how much further it would have gone. And then as of yesterday, I think up to 60 million already. And that's not even the end of it, because 2 brand new super PACs are coming online for Donald Trump. One by, what is this guy's name? Ike Perlmutter. Ike Perlmutter, this billionaire. He was, I think he's best known for being the CEO of Marvel Entertainment, but he is in a lot of different things, not the least of which is toys, which I found interesting. So Ike Perlmutter, and he has started a super PAC for Trump. They're friends, Trump and Ike. And it's going to be called, what is it? Something America. Right for America. Right for America. And so that's going to be tons of money pouring in. But that's not even the biggest of the super PACs. Miriam Adelson, Sheldon's widow, is starting a super PAC calling Restore America, I think it's called. Not Save America, Restore America, I think is what it's called. And she is a casino multi-billionaire. And she has said with her super PAC that she's going to start it off with $100 million for Donald Trump. 6-point leap in hours following the conviction. 6-point percentage leap in folks saying they are now going to vote for Donald Trump. Simultaneously, the Democrats have gone out and what is his name? Is it Mike? What is Soros' son's name? Soros Jr. He is hard. So if you thought when Soros is dead, it'll all be over when it comes to the Soros family and their money. No. The son is out of his mind, anti-white. And he is out there telling everybody publicly, we need to pour our money into crushing Trump, and we need to call him a felon at every opportunity. Because they believe that calling him a felon is going to get who? The sewing circle to not vote for Trump. The anti-whites, the young people, numbers have skyrocketed with young people, skyrocketed with Gen X, with millennials, with Zoomers, in support for Donald Trump for this travesty of justice, because everybody can see that instead of competing with the political opposition, it's just third world style, jail the opposition. And that's the corruption you get. It's what I said at 11 years of age. When America, I told my peers and my teachers and the administration at the school, when America loses the white-driven Christian moral tapestry of America, it will be gloves off to do anything and everything. And at the time I said they'll use criminals, eventually get to the point where they will use people in prison to sell products. That's still to come, I guess. But here we are. Nothing to hold back anything. So what is it that holds people back from doing whatever they want? It's not the laws. It is the morality of the people. And what morality are we functioning under? So therefore, what do we have to address? What we've always had to address. The anti-white, immoral, moral imperative, which is the social morality of the West. Everything else you do is superficial. Everything else you do is inconsequential. It will not bring you to what you need to do to recapture our destiny. I have explained this so many times. Am I sitting too low? I'm getting fired up. I'm really getting fired up. How many times do I have to explain it? I see one of our champions, they tweet and they're like, hey, do you want more crime data, or do you want to recapture our destiny with no white guilt? And then people, like 5 people show up to give their thoughts. I mean, what the and they're like, and 3 of them are like, no white guilt, and 2 of them are like, screw no white guilt. Really? Keep doing what you've been doing? More data about IQ, more data about crime stats. The only thing that is ever, and the founding fathers even said this as much. What's the story? What was it? Ben Franklin says, ma'am, you have a republic, but only if you can keep it. And there are several different iterations, all either directly stating or implying that it's the people that make the country and the government. It's not the ideas. I mean, the founding fathers have literally said this is not a nation of ideas. And we're going to be talking about that when it comes to the Go Free lesson of the day. Are we being attacked on race? And should we defend with abstractions? It's not a country of ideas. It is a country of people. We see what happens when you populate the ideas with people with who are anti-white, people with different instincts, different biospirits. Everything changes as a consequence. How this is just the pinheads in the world are so. I mean, I feel like we're in a seamstress shop. A bunch of seamstresses around us, and they're like, here are the population, and it's nothing but pinheads everywhere you look. Look at all the pinheads in the world. Try to convince them. It's always been the morality. And in this case, it is a morality born out of psychological warfare that has undermined Christian morality, that has undermined what we could otherwise say is a parallel ethics or ethical structure to Christianity. It has undermined because it was engineered as a consequence of gravity, which people can't get, as a consequence of the gravitational reality of a phenomenon at work in a society of people. Where are the millions? Where are the hundreds of thousands lining up to hear what I have to say? Where are they? Because this is what people need to hear. So the sentencing is on the 11th. And we'll take a quick look at this, and we're going to keep moving with our news. We're going to be bringing on Brant Danger, Dean Danger, in a little bit for a long swash through of about 25 to 30 minutes. It's going to be a very interesting conversation. You're not going to want to miss it. And huge successes today. Glorious, magnificent. Only community that has victories. Now, the establishment is talking about the pick for vice president for Trump. And this is what I heard is concerning, because they're pushing Trump to pick somebody who is a lawyer or who has a legal background. And the reason for this is because Kamala has a legal background. Now, I know she sucked her way to that law license, but nonetheless, she does. And so she's going to be able to go out into the public and say to the sewing circle, who are a big problem to the white race. The sewing circle is a big problem to the white race because they will only vote for someone that they feel comfy and safe around, that they could physically take. I mean, imagine the sewing circle saying, "Can we whoop his ass? Is he a small enough and gelded enough male that we can beat the shit out of him?" Imagine the old biddies. That's what's actually going through their mind. If I physically had to resist him, could I? Okay, well, then I will vote for him. Where's Lindsey Graham? I will vote for him. This is problematic because they're talking about people like, is it Tom Cotton? Cotton's his last name. They're talking about him, and even Pompeo, Mike Pompeo. They're pushing that on Trump because they want these people to go out, to be able to go out and say, they're telling Trump, hey, what you need is for somebody with a legal background to be able to nullify Kamala's oral degree and say, hey, I'm a legal expert as well, or I'm a lawyer as well, and all of this was garbage. That's what they're pushing. I hope Trump doesn't fall for it. Trump's falling for a lot. I know people are complaining a lot about Trump, like they're going to complain, oh, he's still going to do things for Jews. I don't care. He was going to do things for Jews anyhow. And who else would? I mean, these two super PACs being created by Jews are going to bring in how many hundreds of millions of dollars to get him elected? And you're going to complain about that? I just see that that's a reality. That's a reality that's happening. Their concerns are going to be listened to. If we had a people and we could come together and say, we're going to have a super PAC and we're going to go to the politician and say, well, we're putting a super PAC together, $200 million right up front. Well, then he would listen to our concern. But you know what's even more important is you and I, you drive a regular car. I drive a regular car. You have a little shitty job. I have a little shitty job. So we can't do anything about that, can we? But what we can do, we can actually do. We can actually go out into the world and influence the conversation about our victimization, which we have successfully done and continue to do and change the world with. We have already gotten Donald Trump to say there is an anti-white feeling. We got the Time interviewer to use the word anti-white in the conversation with Donald Trump. We did that. We have anti-whiteism everywhere. We have white erasure everywhere. We have hush crime everywhere. What we're pushing is showing up in the mouths of everyone. 7 years of colossal victories. Where are you, white sympathetic sphere? 7 years of colossal victories. The only thing that we can do happens to be the most powerful thing we can do. We can put the concepts in Donald Trump's mouth for him to legitimize them and then magnify and echo those statements, those moments that he legitimized them forevermore to the body of the white race so we can become a living people. Everything that Donald Trump could do for us legislatively can be undone. So forget about it. You don't measure Donald Trump by, well, what's he going to do for us? Is he going to close the border? No, who cares? It could be undone. Is he going to roll back the censorship? Who cares? It could be undone in the first week by the next Democrat president. Now, if Donald Trump wants to go ahead and create the legacy, if Donald Trump, by the way, Donald Trump Jr., the hero who our champions have gotten to say anti-white is not once, many times, anti-whiteism, white erasure. Did we get him to say Western kind and several others? Because why? Because he's moral. He's not being tricked. He's seen people that care about ending the victimization on the basis of our birth for the benefit of everyone. That's why he just needs to be presented. He needs to be swashed on by our swashbucklers. They take it up. He takes it up, he says it, and then goes and uses it with dad. And then dad uses it with the population, legitimizing it forevermore. The son, I've been saying for months, needs to be the vice president. Why I told you, game theory. Game theoretic theory states that the son, who's also being targeted, but who loves his father, will do, and all humanity has known this throughout all time. Remember, I told you this. would defend his father once his father is gone from office. Nobody else is going to do that. And he would carry on. He's already targeted. He's not going to be able to make a deal. This is why invaders have always, in human history, back to antediluvian times, would kill all the firstborn sons because they knew that was the next army that would unseat us in the very next generation. Donald Trump Jr. being asked on his show if he would be the vice president, if asked. And he has said now repeatedly, now, after I said what's obvious, how first sons work, that he would defend his dad to his dying breath, that nothing would stop him. Now, what would he be able to do as vice president? Jack shit. But president after Donald Trump, then yes, now we have a legacy. Then we could have some legislative change that could potentially be 8 years or more after Donald Trump. But otherwise, nothing that Trump can do, Don Sr., the father, nothing he could do is going to last, except for the words, the concepts that undermine anti-whiteism. That's what he should be measured for. Of course, he is in support of jailing the protesters who are slandering Israel. Of course. That doesn't surprise me at all. I just need him to use anti-whiteism. Say it's wrong to condemn white people on the basis of our birth. That's what we as real people, adults in the room, can get done. Right now, those are things we can make happen. No more wishful thinking. No more complaining about billionaires having their concerns met when they give hundreds of millions. No shit. When a group of people show up and a fraction of a total group work together for their individual well-being by way of their group's well-being, and they can bring a great deal of pressure to a politician, to a university, and they get what they want, I say to myself, aha, that's how it's done. I don't look at it and say, that's not fair, because I'm a fucking man of the West. And I want to make a difference in this world while I have this life to live. I'm not a selfish individualist. If I were, I would look at that and I would say, well, their group activity really disadvantages me as an individual. That's what individualists do. I say, aha, that's how it's done. What are our challenges? How do we get to that place? And then I get hated to the ends of days. Character assassinated to the ends of days by the Nazi LARPers and all these other white sympathetics who are jealous little bitches, who just are part of the actual multiracial Jew-hating movement. And they want to retain the fiction that by being a part of that, they're doing something for white people. You ain't doing shit for white people, chump. Donald Trump's conviction on 34 counts marked the end of the former president's historic hush money trial. But the fight over the case, hush money trial, but really a bookkeeping thing, because if it was kept if it was written differently, then it was obviously fake anyhow. The whole thing is garbage. Now comes the sentencing and the potential for prison sentence, a lengthy appellate process, and all the while, the presumptive Republican presidential nominee still has to deal with 3 more criminal cases and a campaign that could see him return to the White House. Okay, so bottom line, really, let's just see here. Some key takeaways from the jury's decision. Big question is whether Trump could go to prison. The answer is uncertain. Judge Juan. So you shouldn't be allowed to be a judge if your name is Juan. Okay, that's in the law. Name Juan? Okay, no. Set sentencing for July 11, just days before Republicans are formally set to nominate Trump for president. The charge of falsifying business records is a Class E felony in New York, the lowest tier of felony charges in the state. It is punishable by up to 4 years in prison per charge, though the punishment would ultimately be in the up to the judge. and there is no guarantee he would give Trump time behind bars. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, put in place by Soros, and on the promise that he was going to victimize Trump. So yes, it's perfectly legitimate, right? Declined to say whether prosecutors would seek prison time. Okay, so to keep this thing moving along, what are we looking at? We're looking at a potential of 20 years in prison for Donald Trump. Now, how could he go to prison? Meanwhile, you have the Democrats are moving to introduce a bill to strip presidents who are found guilty of felonies of their Secret Service detail. This is an obvious, salient endeavor to murder Donald Trump. They're going to Epstein Trump while in prison. That is clearly what they want to do. I mean, that's not going to pass as law, but they're saying, we want to kill the guy, the Democrats. So why aren't the Secret Service investigating them? The Secret Service should show up at these legislators' homes, drag them out of those barrios, and say, hey, motherfucker, why are you trying to get Donald Trump executed in prison? But by some, miscreants that we put in there for the purpose of killing him. We make him his neighbor, access to his cell. Because that's clearly what it is. Why would anyone suspect that this judge is going to defer? Mershon Juan, I'll just call him Juan, the judge, has, and my apologies to the good people out there who are named Juan. You know what I'm getting at with this. Maybe change your name. What would motivate Juan to say, no prison time, after doing all of this to get the convictions, to get the felonies? Do you honestly think that it would come down? I mean, it's a stretch. It's not impossible that it would come down to, well, we just want to be able to call him a felon. We just want to be able to say that he banged a porn star, a filthy porn star, did whatever. By the way, that was one of the potentials for appeal. There are an infinite number, it seems, of opportunities for appeal. I'm not going to get into the tedium of the charges, or the minutiae, I should say accurately, of the opportunities for appeal. But that's one of them, allowing Stormy Daniels to go on at length about all of this salacious, probably fiction. I mean, look at what they say about me, and I have no money. I'm a nothing. I'm a nothing, and I mean, just look at how many. In the long run, I've stood as a god among you gods. But right now, and look at what they'll lie about me. They'll say anything. So what will these vile cretins say about Donald Trump? It's fake. It's fake. For God's sake. And I don't even care. I don't care in the slightest. But maybe either he's going to say, well, we just wanted to be able to call him felon, and we'll leave it at that. But I think that the potential for imprisonment is high. Well, is higher than, we'll just leave it at that. You can go about your way. They could there's the possibility of house arrest, which is probably more likely than a imprisonment in a jail or a prison somewhere, because of the problem of the Secret Service and who would really decide that, who would handle that. But if they imprison him with house arrest, then he obviously can't be on tour to garner votes at rallies. They want to see Trump. They don't want to see Trump on a big screen. They want Trump there. And so I think the Democrats, these anti-white bastards, are aware of that. And I think they'll probably push for that. As I understand it from people like Jonathan Turley, there are a number of opportunities. The professor of law, there are a number of opportunities here. The court can actually defer and say, we'll let the appeal move forward before we decide about imprisonment. The imprisonment can be stayed, if you will, while an appeal moves forward. That's also likely to happen. So the judge could say, you're going to the actual Hooskow, to the actual prison, knowing that it would be stayed while the appeal moved forward. Then that would allow Democrats to say, not only is he a felon, but he's going to go to prison for 20 years. So when this is over, he's going to prison. And who would that be directed at? The sewing circle. The biggest problem for the white race in democracy. The biggest problem. What are the old ladies of both sexes and of all ages? What are the old ladies going to conclude about a felon running for office who is also waiting to go to prison for the next 20 years? That's what I think is a big possibility. You can share your thoughts. Giant travesty of justice. Another demonstration, not only in the U.S., but you see with Sam, there is no justice system in the West anymore. There is a legal system that is used to manage the population. So like your basic burglary and robbery and murder, just manage it. But as you can see, the interpretations of that management are increasingly detrimental. That's if you were to take away the legal system altogether, though, society would crumble rapidly. So the legal system is in place. There's no justice system anymore because you can't have two tiers. You can't say it's a 2-tier, 3-tier, 5-tier justice system. It's either one tier or there is no justice. So a legal system in place to manage the society and also to punish, to victimize dissenters, heretics to anti-whiteism. That's what there is in the West now. No justice system anymore. Gone. And everyone should feel terrified about that. Everyone should feel terrified. If you write into the live chat, it's not fair, you deserve to be slapped in the fucking, sorry my language, sucker. That's what you deserve. He does have appeals. The appeal court, by the way, is composed in New York of what, like 5 or 6 black women. So they've totally white erased it. Now, maybe they're going to be completely legitimate. I hope so. Maybe they're good. Maybe they're good people. Or maybe there's a particular judge is a good person and she's going to see and decide on the appeal and she'll do the right thing. Maybe so. I hope so. But we're looking at a completely white erased bench. Totally white erased bench. And that's the way we should talk about it. Don't say, where's the diversity? Because you sound like you're from the cuck crowd, or you're from the Jew-hating movement, multiracial Jew-hating movement, when you turn around and you try to own the anti-whites by their own metric, which is diversity. How fucking gay and lame and doltish is that? And by gay, I mean by the traditional meaning of happy, like Claudine Gay. I'm always talking about Claudine in that respect. She got to keep her 6-figure salary and stay at Harvard. So she's obviously gay as can be. Claudine Gay. Happy as can be. But how gay is that? I'm going to own them by their own metric. Yeah. The diversity is missing. The diversity. You know, I mean, it sounds like to me, it's like a handicapped horse. It's like Mr. King Ed from black and white television days. And he's like, the diversity. And then you look down and you're like, wait, how many people are following this TARDIS? Jesus. There's a never-ending market for TARDs. There is not going to be, by the way, Promethean Kitchen had asked, civil war. And the reason for there not being a civil war, and God, I wish, it's just amazing. It's just amazing. The people who have heard me talk about this and make these predictions for well over a decade, up to 2 decades now, these aren't peccadillos. For these people, these aren't peccadillos when they say, nope, you're wrong. And then when I'm right, they don't show up to say, shit, you were right. They just go silent, pretend like they never had. So these aren't peccadillos. This is vile. Absolutely vile. I said all along that there can't be a civil war because, and what people are thinking about, because there is no gravitational center for people to sort of throw in with and orbit. Trump could form something like that. He could create. He's nowhere near it yet. Nowhere near it. Nowhere near it. And I doubt with his advisors that he's going to begin even walking down the path that direction. If he had me as one of his advisors, he could. We could change it all real quick. But there's no way his current advisors are going to suggest that he do anything that could create a gravitational center for a resistance to anti-whiteism. I've said all along, though, with increasing possibility, there is, as a consequence of the event horizon, which I talk about in the Go Free Stratagem, there's a possibility of a civil war between factions of anti-whiteism. And you are seeing the event horizon show itself exactly as I said it would. Starting at Columbia after October 7, 23, and moving across the country down to AEPI in North Carolina, University, Chapel Hill, over to Los Angeles, where you have these Jewish people out fighting with the anti-Jewish people, UCLA, everywhere. I mean, it's just exactly what I said, playing out exactly as I said. Predictive ability is honestly has no value to the midwits. I want to get into this though, because I don't want to miss anything. And we're going to have Brant up here in a little bit. Participate, tag me, and if you have to, save your comment or question on another document. And then we get later in the gathering together, post it up again. And if I miss it, but let's pull up right now. Brian Kilmeade, because he had Rufo on, Christopher Rufo, married to an Asian. He absolutely doesn't care about white people. He has been confronted by the great King Dice, by, I think, Matt Walsh as well, King Walsh, on his refusal to use anti-whiteism. How did all this happen? Because of us, because of you, technically because of all of the activists here. I can't even point at myself. Technically because of the activists here who have been going out and doing it. But he says something very interesting. Very interesting. Another enormous victory of ours. Another mammoth Herculean victory of ours. So let's go ahead. And it wouldn't have happened if it weren't for us. End of conversation. Wouldn't it? Who's changing the world? And the white world says, who cares? I just would like an immersive Disney experience that I'm in my favorite video game or movie, a la Alex Jones style or other content creators. I just want to feel like I'm in it by being told what's happening. Can I get that? Fucking losers. Okay. Let's share. Kilmeade. Take it away, Kilmeade.
Next, it's Poison Ivy. Chris Rufo was one of the few people in America not surprised by the pro-Hamas, pro-Palestinian uprising on American college campuses. He's going to tell us why, if you keep it here on One Nation. And still to come, I go one-on-one with Charles.
Who cares?
All right, that's me looking low. And
who cares?
How you doing?
What is this? They're actually showing a commercial?
You could miss it. It's raging for months across college campuses. I'm talking about across the country, taking people by surprise. Many people by surprise, including me. The campus chaos leading to thousands of arrests, many suspensions, and many Ivy League schools like Columbia even canceling traditional graduation ceremonies, essentially caving to the pro-Hamas, pro-Palestinian mobs.
Okay, so anti-white mobs. We're the only people getting this right. These mobs are anti-white. In fact, as I showed you, many of them are making anti-white statements right beside the anti-Israeli statements. This has been going on for decades now, where very slowly these Ashkenazi Jews, as anti-whiteism, the phenomenon which is not which is not Jews. There are anti-white Jews, absolutely. But the phenomenon has been slowly changing complexion and becoming darker and darker non-white, which is excluding Ashkenazi Jews. So slowly, Ashkenazi Jews are getting lumped in. That's why they're talking about white supremacy in their criticism of Israel. I'm the only content creator who has this right. The only one. And if somebody else is saying it, then tell me and we'll amend my statement.
My next guest says none of this should be a surprise. Thanks to his original supporting, you're about to find out why. He is calling out Columbia University specifically for cultivating the precise conditions that allowed hate to flourish. And nothing's changed. Chris Rufo writing in part this: the university built massive departments to advance post-colonials, spent hundreds of millions of dollars on diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Yep. Now watch that term as the Jewish community comes together to defend their own. And God bless them for that. We need to emulate it. As they do that, this diversity, equity, and inclusion rubric title is probably going to go away, or otherwise end up going away by way of various fashions. The rewrite will exclude Jews. It won't exclude us. And why would it? I don't blame Jewish people for showing up saying, take us out of this narrative as a villain. We're not a villain. Take us out. And I also don't blame them for going like some kind of a weird beggar that demands that you feed him because he's alive. I'm not going to, with supreme impudence, say, well, why didn't you're evil because you didn't take us out of the equation as well as the villain. I mean, that's the most childish shit I've ever seen. But you see that from white people in the multiracial Jew-hating movement. So I don't blame Jews for going in and saying, nope, take us out. And that's, in the future, that's what you'll see. A rewrite of this application, this phenomenon at the university, i.e. anti-whiteism, so that Ashkenazi Jews are taken out of the equation as best as they can. The problem is it's really, as it becomes an increasingly dark-skinned non-white phenomenon, it's a foregone conclusion. It's fait accompli, as they say, for Ashkenazi Jews. They can push it off for a very long time. So don't think it's going to be like a sudden thing. It can be pushed off for a very long time, and raw power can be exerted to prevent the harm that is a consequence of it. But the rewrite won't exclude us. We will remain the villain.
And I know, and glorify new left style student activism as the telos of university life. Joining us right now is Manhattan Institute senior fellow and
why did he throw telos in there? I mean, come on. Is the objective, is the end goal? It's the telos. I'm so smart. Can't you see, you dumb little lay people, you plebeians out there, you little Boeotians. You can't do little Boeotian babies. You don't know these words. So don't you know how educated I am? You just do know them. It's the objective, folks. That's what it is.
City Journal contributing editor Chris Rufo. Chris, so you went in and found out what the staff, the faculty at Columbia has been teaching its students. What did you learn?
That's right. Columbia has been really the leading university in the United States pushing what's called post-colonial theory. It's also known as decolonization theory. The idea is that
subsets of anti-whiteism.
Israel and also the United States are illegitimate oppressor nations that have illegitimately seized land and territory, whether in the United States.
The crux is that the white race of these programs is illegitimate, and therefore their countries are illegitimate.
Or in current day Israel, and they have to be resisted by physical force, by violence, whether it's by indigenous movements in the United States or the Palestinians overseas. Columbia has.
Now, he's talking about Israel and Jews. Why? Obviously, the same reason that Trump will be talking about Jews in Israel. The same reason, because of a beautiful thing that a percentage of the Jewish people do. They come together for the benefit of themselves individually by way of their group. It's a wonderful thing. We need to do it. But Rufo is going to say something in a moment that if you know, it's going to knock your socks off.
Spent hundreds of millions of dollars on a DEI infrastructure promoting this kind of ideology. They've hired dozens of radical left-wing decolonial scholars, and they're pushing this ideology for decades. And so it was only a matter of time before it would flare up like we've seen in recent months.
Yeah, you said 100. The DEI program, you found out 185 million into it. Do you believe that? So when did this start?
This started.
I think he just said so, Brian.
Actually in the early 2000s. That's when they really established these first DEI programs.
Think about the complexion of America, the literal complexion. What's the difference between, say, the 2000s and the 70s? Now you see how the changing complexion of anti-whiteism is influencing this change in the phenomenon of anti-whiteism. God damn, I'm good.
Programs. They're spending, tens of millions of dollars a year now on these programs. And look, they don't advance scholarship. They don't advance knowledge. They aren't about effective teaching in the classroom. They're about making the entire administration, the entire university, really, a home for left-wing political activism. And if that's not
anti-whiteism
bad enough, taxpayers are subsidizing this kind of ideology with billions of dollars across all of the Ivy League institutions. And so when you're seeing these campus protests, when you're seeing these radical anti-Israel rhetoric, taxpayers should know that you are in part footing the bill.
It's unbelievable because we also have to find out who's donating to these.
Now, remember what I said a moment ago. Rufo doesn't care what happens to white people. In fact, like a lot of white people who are married, not by no means all, we have wonderful white people married to non-white people. We've had in the white sympathetic sphere forever who are magnificent advocates for white well-being. But a lot of these white people who are married to non-white people, especially when they have non-white children, they're bristle at concern for the white race. Rufo is one of them. He has said that it's not the white race is not targeted. He has said that he's not concerned about the white race and its well-being. But you see him here talking about the well-being of Jews. Now, but watch. So this is the Rufo of years ago, all the way up till recently. And there's been a change. And I wonder who's responsible for that change.
Schools outside our country, the UAE, Saudi Arabia. Where's this donor list? You found
Southern Bloom is here. Good to see you.
both of them have donated substantially, and that seems to be their philosophy in their own countries. Among the people upset on the left is Senator John Fetterman. He was given an honorary degree from Yeshiva, and you see what he does. He takes off his Harvard hood. Watch.
And for me personally, I do not fundamentally believe that it's right for me to wear this.
So he was honored for standing up for Israel by Yeshiva, and they gave him a sustained applause. Bill Maher, also somebody from the left who doesn't understand where this came from. Are we beginning to turn the page on this now that we have the spotlight on it?
Yeah, I think we are. We're seeing pressure, moving from right to left, where even people in the reasonable center are now seeing exactly what's been going on campuses. And, whether it's John Fetterman or Bill Maher, these are people who should have seen it coming. Many of us have been warning about these precise conditions that have been created on campuses. And that said, however, we have to welcome them into this big coalition because, look, here's the fundamental thing that people need to understand. Anti-Semitism on campus is the smallest nesting doll.
Okay. Get ready. Get ready to have your King socks knocked off. All right? Get ready to have your socks. Do you remember King Dice recently, just a month ago, talking about how he couldn't get Rufo to say anti-white and anti-whiteism? I think he tweeted directly at him.
The second one is kind of anti-white, anti-European.
Oh! Did you hear that? Why would he say anti-white? Why would Rufo, who doesn't give a shit about white people, say it's nesting dolls? What would Rufo had said there if it weren't for us? He would have said the old statement of first they come for the Jews and then everybody else. I've heard that 10,000 times in the white sympathetic sphere over the years. It is a common trope used everywhere, even out of place, even where it doesn't fit. First they came for the Jews and then for everybody else. Like, it's just Jews in the world and everybody else because you're living in their story. Now there's a competing story, and it's because of us, motherfucker. It's because of the Go Free stratagem. Now Rufo has to talk to white people to motivate them. Now he has to mention us. There's a competing storyline, a competing narrative, if you will. And this is a group of people, the white race, who aren't even an organized people yet. It's just by the sheer numbers of us that he is compelled by the pressure of the usage of the concept and the number of our people in society to say, first they came to amend the conservative state, the cuck statement. First they came for the Jews and then they came for everybody else, to turn into first they come for the Jews and then they come for the whites. That is an enormous, incalculable victory, ladies and gentlemen. Never forget this. Never overlook these, because the world is totally different. The fate of Western kind, absolutely sanguinary and different than it is because of us. If we had not done this, the white race is on a bullet train, a Japanese built by German engineer bullet train to hell, without what we have done. Without the great champions that we have inspired, like King Dice and Walsh and so many others. Don Jr., Donald Trump, coming from all these different angles, like that now we have to show all the receipts, to not even just a fraction of the receipts every Sunday of all the work we're doing, to all those naysayers and liars and thieves and purloining scum out there, cupidinous scum who want to take everything for themselves instead of giving credit where credit is due. Cupidinous scum. We did this. It's like nesting dolls. Now, he's obviously wrong. It's not focused on the Jews first, but the Jews, the concerted effort of an organized percentage of the overall Jewish people wanting what's good for their people, and that's a moral thing, is a pressure that he absolutely feels, is a pressure that Donald Trump absolutely feels. But he's also now feeling, with concepts that weren't in use, the pressure of Western kind. Imagine if we become a people. Imagine if the percentage of us that see ourselves as a people grow to 1% of the overall white race. Imagine the influence and pressure that we would be able to exert on Rufos out there in the world. He would probably say at that point exactly what I'm saying. Their hatred of white people is now causing them to view Ashkenazi Jews as white. And now the Israelis are being included as a consequence, as the villain in this story. So, do I have to think it all the way through for you? The more our concepts change the story about what's taking place in the West, the more the correction of the harm and damage to the West involves and includes white well-being. God damn, I'm good. I'm the only one, this community here, the only people actually playing 57th 3D level chess. Everybody else, it was like a funny thing. We're the people who are actually doing it. We're going to be bringing the great Brant Danger on soon. But before we get to bringing on the great Brant Danger, we are going to get into Sorry, just checking on something here in the background. Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. What's going on with Hollywood? What's going on with their movies? Here we go. Pull this up on the screen. Where are we? Here we are. Well. Nolte, woke, i.e. anti-white, Hollywood's weekend BO box office, or body odor, if you so choose. They do stink. Collapses 66% over the last year. Now, as you all know, I don't watch movies. They're anti-white. Haven't in a long time. Many of you don't either because of the same reason. But, pardon me. But we're going to take a look at what's happening. I thought it was an interesting little bit of info. And here we have Mad Max with I didn't know they made this. Mad Max with a sexless girl. What's a sexless girl boss? What does that mean? Does that mean she's not having sex? Is she saving herself? She doesn't look like the type to save herself for marriage. Does it mean that she's sexless as in she is otherwise not portraying or demonstrating any feminine characters? So the sexless girl boss, aka Furiosa. Furiosa is coming for you. I can see this now. This should have been a porno. Furiosa is going to come for you. Although she's sexless. So I don't know. That would be I don't know. There's some people out there that like to get hurt. And I guess that would be, one way to hurt them. Here's your porno. No sex in it. Oh, yes. Yes. A Mad Max saga collapsed in weekend 2, taking down the entire weekend box office with it. In what is normally the exciting launch of the summer movie season, this weekend's take is estimated at 69 million. How did they end up with that number? That's a 66% drop when compared to the same weekend last year. Wait, don't gloss over that 69 million number. That 69 million is not this weekend's gross for one movie or even the top 10. That 69 million is how much money every single movie in theaters is expected to gross. All of them combined. So many of you, I know I have, been saying for many years, ideology, i.e. morality, is more important than money. And it is. It is. It is. How many times do you have to see businesses? So to all of our good conservative brothers and sisters out there who praise the God economy, it's all about money. People are they should just care about the money. And that's why you have the poisons in your food. That's why you have the genetically modified food, is because of this belief that money is what matters. People matter, not money. Profit doesn't matter. People matter. And that's one of the big reasons why, and you conservatives, you've been misled by cuck leaders who've been telling you that. Big reason why those who are motivated by ideology, i.e. and the morality, to us it's immoral, the anti-white moral imperative, that's one of the big reasons they've been winning. While you have been saying profit is what matters, they've been saying ideology is what matters. So they will allow profit to be harmed big time, all the way to the red before they modify a little bit. Last year, and one of the modifications is to put pressure on the government to get your tax dollars to backdrop their ideology. Last year, the overall box office take was $205 million, thanks in large part to the animated hit Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, a movie people actually wanted to see. And here's what I will submit to you. A lot of guys, and I feel so bad for them because they're just really boys in male bodies, no matter how old they get. They are desperate. They're children. They want to go live because they're not men. They want to go live vicariously through the entertainment of men on the screen. And that's like their heroes. And the echo of the interest in the old movies and older movies where they still allowed white guys to have some masculinity. They still allowed some of that white Western West men spirit to manifest. The longing for that echo created by it persists, but it slowly dies. It slowly dies. I mean, they take these white boys of any age, it takes a lot of abuse to get them to stop trying to live vicariously. You know, they go waddling up and they got their sandals on, even if it's like 30 degrees outside. And they're like, and they go waddling up like this. They're like, I want to see Spider-Man get the girl and climb buildings. And they just keep showing up for this shit. I mean, it's like you go to these comic book places, you go to it online, you go to it in the real world, you go to them at fairs or whatever it is, they show up and they're like, there they are. And it's all of those guys, the ones I just showed you. Or they're like really skinny and they're like spiders themselves. And they're like, I'm like Spider-Man. I'm going to go watch the Spider-Man. You know, it's going to be totally anti-white. You know, it's going to be like a sexless girl boss that's kicking the shit out of your guy. Well, maybe not. Maybe it'll be different this time. That's how they talk like that too, by the way. So they keep showing up, but it's dying. And so is Hollywood. Despite new wide releases this weekend, Furiosa, my God, that is totally the title for a porno, still lost the weekend crown to Garfield, which is expected to gross $13 million in week 2. You know what I loved over the years? When these like family-friendly, white positive, unintentionally white positive movies have come out over the years. They make the biggest money. They take the least amount of money to make, and they make the biggest box office hits. And so the net is tremendous. And Hollywood, because it's anti-white, don't like it. They're not interested. Garfield won out. And here we have Furiosa is expected to gross just $11 million in its own weekend, too. By Monday, the Mad Max-less prequel will barely top 50 million. Wow. Good. Anti-whiteism, good. With its production and promotion budget, Furiosa is looking at a break-even. Could you imagine that? Break-even. They hope to break even. And they're okay. And they're okay. Well, geez, the 12-year-old Jason, the teenage Jason that's been saying, no, ideology is more important than dollars to them, was right all along. And you were probably just like me. You've been right all along. The ideology is more important than their money. But all of our conservative brothers and sisters around us are like, no, nothing is more important than money. You see, let me tell you there, young Jake, the most important thing is money. And we want to make sure that profit is what we pursue. It's not about race. They're actually saying they hate white people. But you see, they're wrong. It's not about race. But they're actually saying they hate white people. But they're wrong, Jake. It's about money. So we just want to make sure you're making profit. Every cuck leader out there, by the way. So they hope to break even. And they don't care. They'll make more like this. Hollywood and its media sycophants would love to blame the toxic fanboys for Furiosa's flopping. But guess what? You don't need guys to turn a movie into a hit. There are around 100 million adult women in America. Where are they? Today's Hollywood morons take surefire gold geese franchises that guys love, like Mad Max, Star Wars, and the rest, and shit all over them with their woke, i.e. anti-white, girl boss nonsense that is deliberately produced to insult that same male family. Look at how much of a coward the author is here. It's not shitting upon men. They would never want to shit upon, but in fact, has anybody watched this? Does she have like a non-white lover or love interest, or did non-whites come to her aid, or are the big fighters, or they're not shitting all over they're shitting all over white guys. Just stop being such a coward, all right? It's ignominious to pretend that it isn't about targeting white males. And then when the movie dies, Hollywood morons blame the very people they insulted for not showing up, while these ladies, these movies were supposed to appeal to, stay home and watch girly girl stuff like Taylor Swift videos and the Hallmark Channel. Hollywood's leftist idiots are producing blockbuster after blockbuster for an audience that doesn't exist. Boys and girls are different. Boys like boy stuff, girls like girl stuff. That's the way it's been since civilization began, and Hollywood's losing billions in its failed attempt to rewire human nature has been a lot more entertaining than the product. So it's not about rewiring human nature. It is about attacking every projection of white instinct, Westman instinct into the world. They are inverting that. They are attacking it. They are white erasing it. They're not trying to rewrite human nature. They are inverting, white erasing, and destroying everything that is white. Everything that we do. I don't care if anybody else on planet Earth does it. We do it. We project it this way. And that's what they are attacking. And they fucking say so. Furiosa. With Furiosa. Normal people, and most of us are normal, cannot relate to effeminate men or masculine women. Those characteristics are usually unappealing and creepy, to say the least. Much of the magic of movies comes from one, wish fulfillment and watching appealing characters and stars. Normal guys want to be Brad Pitt in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I don't know what that is, so I don't know if that's right. Normal guys want to be Rambo from First Blood. M60, taking down the bad guys, okay? And scarred all up, not pretty. And that guy's super pretty. Normal girls want to be Sandra Bullock in anything. Again, I don't know what that is. I know who these people are, but these Hollywood dolts have 100 years of appealing to the masses to fall back on, to learn from, to study. There is no excuse for these failures other than the fact that the lunatic activists like Lucasfilm's chief, Harridan, oh, good use of that word, Harridan, yes. Kathleen Kennedy, another, but anti-white. You're forgetting anti-white. That's what matters, anti-white. She might also be a Harridan, but she's anti-white. Have elbowed aside the storytellers who only want to put on a good show. Well, no, the problem is only putting on a good show. I'm speaking up, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take about 60 or so seconds and then be right back. But I'm definitely speaking up because we don't want just to be entertained. Oh, no, we don't want just entertainment. We want something that is going to be glorious representation, a glorious representation of Western kind, of Western civilization. I want to see men of the West in these romance movies that get the beautiful girl, not because he's a little truckler after her and sycophant and worshiping her, but because he is a man of the West behaving like a man. I want to see the heroic action flicks where the man of the West shows up and he's got scars and he's not totally pretty and he's not just like a perfect bodybuilder or anything like that either. But he goes through the hell. He is able to fight through the fire, to fight upstream, to Sisyphean climb the mountains and kick the shit out of the gods. That's what I want to see. I want to see glory to the West, glory to Prometheus, glory to Western kind and Western civilization. And with that, we'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you the one, the only Dean Brant Danger. Hello, good sir. How are you?
Hey there, brother. Do you hear me okay?
Hear you perfectly, man.
You're taller than me.
Oh, I could reduce.
Okay.
I could reduce. There we go. We could get a little closer.
That's fair.
To the same height. So what's going on? What are we talking about today? It's good to see you, man.
Well, I've been taking some notes during your show. This has been a pretty spicy broadcast so far. I like that.
Cool.
And I think there's a lot of things that are happening in the world right now that are kind of coalescing and overlapping, both with what I'm doing, what the white well-being community is doing, what's going on in politics in different countries, what's going on socially, what you're doing. And we're starting to see some of the benefits of your work and our efforts. And the main reason that I'm coming on the show today is to talk about a video that I put together that's on the website, which is an attempt to express your idea, your concept of what playing the villain is. And I've realized that this is something that I wanted to talk about for a while. And on the website, for people who don't know, it's the School of the West.world. I've got a section that's for teenagers and young adults. I call it the Elite Series for Teens. And this playing the villain video is the last video that I'm doing, which is an introduction of several concepts that I wanted to put in place before I got into white well-being. And most of the concepts, they speak a little bit more to young males than young females, because I was never a young female, so I don't know what that's like, but I was a young male. And there's a lot of information that I think our guys need as they move into adulthood. There's a lot of information that would have helped me out, but there wasn't anyone in my life to tell me these things. So from my experience of just being alive for a while, and then also teaching different ages of kids, I can see over time what's missing, both academically and socially, and what faces us as far as the anti-white narrative goes. So this is my attempt to put this information together into little packets of time that are maybe like 20 to 35 minutes in length. And this video here is a little bit more of a presentation than just a regular quote lesson, because my normal lessons, it's just me putting together a slideshow with a few videos here and there, a few clips, and then I go through things and I list the concepts and I talk about what's going on. So this one is a video, a presentation. So it's not theatrical, but it's put together in a little bit of a different way, so that it can be seen by maybe a wider audience. Now, some of the guys from the School of the West team, and also Slaughtz, when he wasn't slacking off, they give me a lot of feedback on this. So it's gone through different iterations. And it's difficult for me to figure out exactly what do I want to put into the video. So there's two audiences here that I'm talking to. You've got the vague, normie, soccer mom audience, which is primarily who I'm talking to, but I'm also talking to the Ant Nats or the Nazi LARPers. Now, I come at this from a slightly different point of view than a lot of people who may be inside the white well-being community would look at it, because it is my understanding, looking at events from a scholarly point of view, purely historical, fact-based. If I look back in time and I understand what happened with Patriots Day, January 6th, or September 11th, when 3 skyscrapers collapsed into their own footprints from a couple of planes hitting them, which is pretty amazing. It's very impressive. Or I can look at the assassination of John F. Kennedy, where he was supposedly shot in the back of the head, but if you watch the video, then you see him get shot in the face. Like, what the hell is going on? Who are they lying to? I don't understand. Or if you look at the Gulf of Tonkin incident, which has kicked off the Vietnam War. Or let's see, what else? The USS Liberty, the Lusitania, starting World War I. Do the same thing with World War II, then it opens up this huge door that you step through. So the way that I'm looking at it is I'm looking at two different truths at the same time that might seem contradictory to people. What I think, though, is that the bigger truths in our lives, there might be truths or different ways of looking at something that seem to be contradictory, but they can both be true at the same time. Now, what I'm talking about in this instance is that what you're doing is of primary importance to me as far as are people getting their societies back. And at the same time, I can also be interested in different parts of history, and I can understand what's going on there. And my views on what I'll call the World War II narrative has changed over time as I have gained access to information which is more accurate than, let's say, like the Hollywood version or the official government version. So on one hand, I understand where the Ant Nats are coming from. I understand the Nazi LARPers. Okay. So what I'm trying to do is to speak to them and say, yeah, I get it. You guys do have a point there. Our governments are lying to us. Our governments are suppressing this. And not only that, but if you look at the background of Winston Churchill and Franklin Roosevelt, and you understand who's influencing them, and you understand their connections with communism, the diplomatic relations that they had with Joseph Stalin, things that were going on behind the scenes, you can make a valid argument that what they put into gear, what they put into motion, was an integral part of the anti-white narrative. So for historical reasons, let's say like maybe 50 years in the future, if we get our countries back, that would be an appropriate time to start talking about that and presenting all of these other controversial things that I brought up so that we can understand that in the overall historical context of the anti-white narrative. Where do we come from? What is the true meaning of power? What are these influences? But for right now, for what we need, as we're laying on the floor bleeding out, we don't need to go into all of this detail and talk about Mustache Man and these other things. So yes, it's true. Okay. But if you try to take those truths and you do it in a very aggressive, childish manner, and you force your opinions upon people that are not ready to hear it, especially older generations that have been brought up their entire lives to dismiss that out of hand, you get immediately shut down. You don't go anywhere. That's the end of your story at that point. And we've seen that, as you pointed out, in different shows, time after time. These people that stand up and try to push this narrative, they get shut off immediately. So it's failure, and then a new group tries, and it's failure, a new group tries, and it's failure. So in this video here, that's called Playing the Villain, because that is your concept. For people that are unfamiliar with it, it's the idea that people who, for whatever reason, may idolize some or all of the concepts of Third Reich Germany, they look at those people and say, these people stood up for Western kind. These people told the Jews, we're going to do whatever we want to do. And they forcefully did it. And they did it in a way that no one else did that. So they're looking to these people as an icon, as some type of an avatar of white racial strength or something like that. So then they don the ideology, they don the language of that, they promote the symbology. And again, I understand where it's coming from, but it's a non-starter in today's society. So my video is trying to speak to both of those camps at the same time, speaking to the Aunt Nats, speaking to the soccer moms, and say, look, here's a way of looking at all of this. And this really isn't going to work. But what you want is your society back, if that's what you really want, is you act like that's what you want. Here's white well-being. Oh, what is that? Well, the end of the video, I'm introducing the term of white well-being, because what's going to follow after that will be the actual lessons in white well-being that I wanted to get to on the website for a couple of years now, and get them on the website as opposed to just doing those in private lessons. So it's not perfect, and there's a million different ways I could do it, but I'm totally burned out with working on that now, because I've been, in little tiny slivers of time, I've been working on that over the past year, and make a version, I get rid of it, make a version, I get rid of it. Because I also have a bit of a pet peeve about the World War II narrative, and it triggers my autism when I find out that I've been lied to about something. It really pisses me off. And the little childish Brant inside of me, that the way that I used to act when I was a kid, I would just go around telling the truth all the time and just pissing off people constantly, because I thought that's what I need to do. So I don't have to fight that anymore. I did have to fight that for a bit. And as I started to listen to your concepts, I understood that, okay, this is the way to go. Because what people are missing in this sometimes is they don't understand the psychology of people. You've got to understand human psychology. You got to understand the motivations of why people do the things they do. And if you're trying to bring the truth to someone and they're not ready to hear that for whatever reason, if they're going to reject it, then that's the end of it. You don't have power over them, and that's it. So you've got to figure out what is the way forward. So that's what I'm doing with this video. That's the end of my closing arguments. Now we're with Jason.
That's brilliant. And let's get a big round of applause and some 07s for the great Dean Danger and the hard work. You get to see there just a little a little snippet of how much effort has to be invested, and we're not getting paid. Unfortunately, we don't have financiers yet. We want to be the white positive ADL, and we're looking forward to the day when white people with Deca or centimillions decide to show up and finance the work that we're doing. And we have the foundation for whitewellbeingoutreachteam that those people can head to do that sort of thing for a tax break if you're in the United States. But for now, and for years prior, it's been charity. It's been out of love. And the people that have stayed, it's a self-selecting situation. So the people that have stayed have been the people who are driven by love. They're driven by the concern for our people. They want to end our victimization, and they can see how the ending of our victimization benefits everyone in our countries who are obviously not anti-white, who are not trying to victimize us. And those are the people that have stuck around. Those are the people who would deserve the big bucks, whatever that would be. But those are the people who deserve the big bucks, because if you're going to do your job, if you're going to do your charity with love in your heart, then you'll be that much more dependable and productive when you are, or if you get the opportunity to be employed to do the work. So you can hear from Brant, he's had to make the video, change the video, trash the video, start over again. Who's going to do this? Who's going to do this? And knowing that there's going to be a percentage of people that, even though you can just, good people, normal people, are going to hear what the great Brant Danger had to say just then and see that this guy's coming from a place of love. He wants what's best for our people. He wants what's best for you as an advocate for white well-being. There'll still be a percentage of people out there, he knows it, that are going to hate on him for saying this, for wanting to divert at all from playing the villain in the anti-white narrative. And more broadly, the historical revisionism, I think, and I'd like to get Brant to mention this, and we'll play the 5-minute video, and we'll have you maybe speak to the 5-minute video. We'll play that for everybody. But more broadly, historical revisionism, we see in a lot of the conspiracy theory endeavors over the years, people populated by white people who want to involve themselves in something that's fiction, and isn't that something they can't influence, and is going to get them burn their reputation, as we say, up on these things, so that they would moving forward, they would not be able at all potentially to influence those in their circles, certainly the ones who knew what they were seeing. And when they said that giant reptiles run the world, they're not going to listen to anything else they have to say. And so this donning of the attire, the norms, the language, the etc. of what the anti-white narrative we live in has taught everyone is the personification of evil, and anyone who looks, talks, acts this way wants these outcomes that are at odds with what you probably want. The moment you do it, as Brant's pointing out, is the moment that you become totally ineffective for ending our victimization. But in fact, you also at that moment become a valuable asset for our victimization, because you are instantiating, you're personifying the fictional character. Now, in your head, as Brant's pointing out, you might have done a lot of research. You might have come to conclusions that you think are absolutely tenable and you believe are correct. But the reality is, the historical revisionism has been tried and failed. There have been people who have been absolutely brilliant, far more studied in it than 99.9% of you could ever be. And they've gone to jail for it. They've lost their, no one cares. No one even knows their names. And so that's not good enough in the final analysis. But maybe, brother, if you have any thoughts on generally historical revisionism and attempting to use things that are counter narratives or bizarre explanations for things, that the ineffectiveness of those things in influencing the brothers and sisters that we have to bring over, and then maybe speak to a minute to this specific video of what is that, Nigel, and the case of the incorrect football score.
Yeah. Well, let's say, for example, that I have a different belief about some part of World War II or anything else in history that runs counter to what our government tells us, what kids learn in public schools, what you've seen in 400,000 Hollywood movies, TV shows, etc. There might be 3 or 4% of the people that will listen to me and they'll be interested in it and go, huh, I like to learn things. I didn't know about that. I have some respect for you because I know that you put time into it. I'm going to do some research now and see what you're talking about. And then you're going to have a percentage that don't care at all. And then you're going to have a lot of people that are hostile, because something that you've pointed out, and I think needs to keep being reiterated, is that if we're talking about Western kind, our operating system is running off of morality, what we think is moral. And we have been trained like little circus animals that certain things in the past and certain things that we're doing now are either moral or immoral. And we want to be good little boys and girls. So we've been told that that group of white people over there, they were immoral. So if you do anything like they do, that's immoral. And because that's immoral, we need to have all of these different changes inside of the United States, and all of these changes inside of Europe, and all these changes in Australia and Rhodesia and South Africa. And don't you complain about it, because remember, those people over there were immoral. Now, this is an almost impossible wall to overcome. It's extremely difficult. Yeah. So when you're faced with a reality like that, you can say, well, do I want to bash my head against these people and just keep standing up and fighting and acting like an ass because I know that deep down I'm right and they're a bunch of shitheads and they don't want to listen? I could do that. I've done that for several years. And, you lose some friends that way. If you want to do that, you can. But again, what is the ultimate goal that you're trying to get to? Keep your eye on that ending conclusion, or that point that you want to arrive at. If you want to have safe, harmonious society, once again, for your people, where our norms and our standards and our biospirit is expressed and it's primary because it's our society, well, you can't take that route. You just cannot, I'm going to cuss here, you cannot take that goddamn route. Doesn't matter if it's right or not. Other people don't give a shit that it's right, because they think they're being moral. That's their programming. That's what you've got to deal with. So for me personally, what I've had to do is, with all this anti-white, just absolute insanity that just keeps coming down on us like a waterfall, I get inside my little Zen space here where I have decided to do what I can do that's positive. I'm going to do the maximum that I can do with the tools that I have. Okay, I'll use this technology that we're using right now. I'll use some experience that I've had from my professional life. I will, engage with like-minded people. I'll do everything that I can. And then I'm not going to get upset beyond that. And I understand that this is going to be a long-term process. So I don't have to get upset. I have to stay disciplined. I don't go freaking crazy like I used to when I first started realizing what was happening to us. And you go through that black-pilled stage, you get depressed, you get incredibly angry, you want to have the day of the rope, all this type of stuff. Okay, work through that crap, and then you move into being a woman and being a man. And then what do you do when you are a responsible adult and you need to take a position of leadership and work with other people, and you give advice to these people, and then you take advice from these people, because you don't have this fragile ego where you have to stand up and say, no, I have to do it my way.
Yeah,
that's one of the things that I talk about on the Elite series for teens, is that you are going, or teenagers, adults, human beings on the planet, you're going to come across people who will not listen to you, no matter what argument you put forward, no matter how many facts you put forward, because psychologically, their personality is tied up in some certain beliefs, And if they let go of those beliefs, it's like they're suffering a psychological death. It's scary for them to admit they were wrong. It's scary for them to admit they were duped. So if you present beliefs or facts, even though you're correct, they're going to dismiss it. And that's the sooner you can realize that about other people, the sooner you can work with that. We have to work with what we've been handed. Like when I talked to Lana Lockteff last fall, I said that, look, we're born into this world and it's like we're 80 points behind right away. You look around and say, this is not fair. This is bullshit. Like, what's going on? So part of that curiosity with me was looking back, well, where did the bullshit start? Where did it come from? I just want to know. I'm curious.
Yeah.
I teach science classes. I have to figure out how things work. I want to know how history worked. Like, oh, they lied to us there. They lied about that. They lied about that. They lied about that. Holy shit, they lied about that one too.
Yeah.
Did they tell the truth about anything? Well, not a lot. But then you can also understand how power works. Okay? You have people at the top that could be puny little farts, but they're at the top of an organization where there's several layers, and the bottom layer is a bunch of people that have guns. Shoot you, beat you, put you in jail. Hey, that's how power works. So as we can start to learn about how all of these things actually work, then we can get into that game that we are forced to be in because we're born into this world. It's just complex right now. You know, lots of times in my life, I thought, God, I wish that I lived 100 years ago, or I lived 1,000 years ago instead of right now. Well, maybe I did. I don't know. Doesn't matter. I'm here right now. We're all here right now.
Exactly.
So what do I want to do? I want my people to win. Doesn't mean other people have to get hurt, but I'm going to assert that my people have to have these things that they've earned. That is our birthright. And if you get in my way, I'm going to stop you. I'm going to do whatever it takes. If these things don't happen during my lifetime, I'll be born again, and I'll pick out some parents to where when I'm born, I'm going to be a son of a bitch right off the bat. I'll be an Alexander the Great. I don't care. Because the anti-whites, you've had, speaking to anti-whites that maybe not listening, you've had several decades to start owning up to what you've done, but you didn't do it. Okay. Now, I'm not trying to be an aggressive jerk here, but what I want to say on behalf of all, alpha males that might be listening, you pissed off the wrong people and you continue to do it. We're good people. You could have got along with us. You could have given us the respect, and left the society alone that we built and worked with us, but that wasn't enough for you. You had to attack us. Yeah. And that brings up one other thing, since I'm running my mouth off, that's what I'm here for. The show that Chris and Yiz have been doing, The Empire of Lies, has been a great show that they're putting out once a week, I think on Thursdays. The last show that they did, they talked about the dematerialization of words and how anti-whites, or what Chris would call communists, have taken away the meaning of words to where you don't know what they mean anymore. Like they might say racist, nationalist, fascist, and they don't define exactly what that is because they use those words to control you.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Now, you've got like what you would call the 200 IQ solution, where you get in at the beginning and you teach what those words mean from their point of view. How do they use those words to manipulate you? Okay. Yeah. Now, one of the things that I talk about when I'm trying to teach these concepts to kids, and a lesson that I haven't put on the site yet, is that, well, first of all, when I try to teach concepts, I want to break them down and make them as simple as possible. Like if you're going to teach people calculus, you got to teach them how to add first. Here's 2 lemons and here's 3 lemons. Okay. Yeah. Good. There's a smiley face. Now we do the next thing. So with these anti-white concepts, or the communist control, 1984, Brave New World, making this new language, the way that I talk about that with people is that if a person or a group of people, if they see themselves, whether it's true or not, if they see themselves as weak or inferior in some way, and they want to control other people, they will reach out and look for another force to control those people. For example, women are physically weaker than men, so they fight in this asymmetrical warfare. They might do things that are catty or sneaky, or they'll use sex to influence someone, or they want to have this privilege and be girl bosses and these things, and they want to be the 113-pound hero in the movies that throw men around and all this type of crap.
Yeah.
Or if we look at countries in Western civilization, the non-white races that have been inside of our countries, they haven't had the same power, the same organization, the same influence that we have, because we built these things. They're living inside of our house. So if they feel weak or inferior in some way, they will continue to attack us in these different ways. Or if we look at the historical conflicts, the interactions between Jews and Europeans, if we go back 3,000 years, we can see that Jews have been on the losing end of it if we're talking about pure military might, monetary might, organization, etc. Plus, they have this super tightly knit, cohesive racial identity that is something to be admired, because they keep themselves going. They haven't been extinguished. They haven't bred themselves out or anything else. So what my point is that you can understand why white men are being attacked from all of these different angles, because we are seen as being stronger to these either other races or different sects or whatever. And when you understand why people with maybe feelings of envy or inferiority or weakness, why they lash out, it doesn't make it better, it doesn't make it okay, but that allows you to understand what they're doing. So concepts like that are also things that I put on that elite series for teens.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Folks have to check out schoolofthewest.world. Whether you're homeschooling, you can get help there. You got your children in pay school or county school, private school, religious school, you're doing the homeschooling, or even just an adult. There's information there for everyone that Brant and his glorious team have put together in service to white well-being, and therefore the benefit of everyone who lives in the West. Let me pull the video up, and this is fantastic, folks. I really enjoy the video. We'll watch this, and we'll get a couple final words from the great Dean Danger before we let him go today. But we'll have him back. Let's roll.
About a guy named Nigel who tried. Let's start with the story about a guy named Nigel who tried to tell the truth one time. Nigel was a good guy. He lived in a little town and went on a trip to a faraway place to watch a playoff match between the Green Football Club and the Red Football Club. If you're American, I'm talking about soccer. Nigel watched the Green team beat the Red team 4-2. He enjoyed the match. He took a few photos. He even got some video of goals being scored. And he took a picture of the scoreboard before he left the stadium. A couple days later, he was back in his hometown. He went out to eat at a restaurant and overheard conversations where people were discussing the match. However, they kept repeating that the Red team won by a score of 6-0. Nigel felt compelled to figure out what they were talking about. He got up and went over to one of the tables and blurted out that it was the Green team that won the match by a score of 4-2. The people looked slightly irritated at him. They showed him a story about the match on their smartphones. One person even showed him a story from the local newspaper. Of course, Nigel was perplexed because the stories they were reading did indeed state that the Red team won. He could not understand why the paper, websites, and social media were saying this. He told the people, "This is all wrong. I was there. Look." He pulled out his phone and showed them videos of the Green team scoring goals. And he showed them the photo of the scoreboard from the end of the match. The people at the table were starting to lose their patience. They gave him a disapproving look and shook their heads. They told him, "Oi, matey boy, it's time for you to leave now. Piss off." He walked back to his seat, plopped down, and finished his supper. It was a very confused supper. He set out that night to see how the score was reported and kept coming up with the same result that the people in the restaurant were showing him. His confusion continued to grow over the next few days. When he tried talking to others about the match, he would show them proof of what actually happened. But these people that weren't even at the match didn't care what he had to say. After a few days of this, he thought he was going mental until he finally ran across another person who quietly told him that he was also at the match, and he was having the same experiences that Nigel was having with this made-up score. At first, he also didn't understand where all these false claims were coming from. But then he discovered the owner of the red team also owned TV stations and newspapers and social media companies. And the only reporters allowed to cover the match were the ones employed by those companies. So it turns out the fake score everyone believed in came from these reporters. And then the score was spread to other TV stations and websites and newspapers. You can understand that Nigel was very excited to learn this. He knew people would finally realize that they had been duped once he explained what was really going on. Unfortunately for Nigel, the reaction from the townspeople was not at all what he expected. The people became so incensed and self-righteous that they started calling him a red team hater. Walking through town, he was verbally and physically attacked. Finally just gave up trying to talk to these people because all he got for trying to tell the truth was punishment. And these townspeople weren't finished either. They decided that what he had been saying was so dangerous to their democracy that they passed a law stating anyone who denied the official 6-0 score was guilty of hate speech, and that person would be arrested and put in jail. Nigel thought these people were insane, but there wasn't anything he could do about it because he didn't control the lawmakers, and he didn't control the police, and he didn't control the judges, and he didn't own media stations that would print the truth. And this concludes our story about Nigel for now. He eventually found himself in quite a mess, but it's not any more of a mess than what we find ourselves in today all across Western civilization. As we leave Nigel's story, here's a question to consider. Do you think there was any way Nigel might have been more effective in bringing the townspeople to the truth?
Fantastic, brother. What? Any final thoughts? I mean, I love that video. It really hits straight on the point that you're just not going to be able to. You're just not going to be able to convince the masses of something that they have been convinced the opposite of with your effort. And just so folks know, when I came to the white sympathetic sphere, when I started participating with other groups, 17, 18 years of age, I learned and did my own study, and I did a lot of the same what Brant was explaining for himself, a lot of the same, like, wait a second, moments, and told that you have to know this alternative history, that historical revisionism is the way to recapture our destiny, and of course, being a real follower of Jared Taylor's and learning that you got to know all the data. You got to be able to cite all these specific studies. You got to be able to point to these specific authors. I memorized all of that. I have a good memory. So I was easy. I just went through, I memorized everything, and I went out into the world trying to use this on people. And since my objective was the ending of our victimization, when I saw that this didn't work, I began peeling it back and asking, well, why? What is the reason why this kind of conversation is not only doesn't work, but seems to be benefiting my victimizer and seems to be, like a la, I don't know exactly what Sam said or did or didn't do or say or stickers, but a lot of people going to jail, losing their livelihood, losing their ability to make money in the field that they're trained. And so I began investigating more and more, and by way of experiments and introspection and a lot of conversation and a lot of trial and error, scientific method, realizing that a lot of what I was taught wasn't really in keeping with my heart. It seemed to be someone else's story. And indeed, in so many cases, it is someone else's tale, the villain, the bad guy in somebody else's story. And I decided that no, I was going to be me. And a number of other things that I discovered, like that we weren't going to be able to raise an army to conquer our victimizer. It had to be very different. There had to be a suffusion of ideas that reached people where they were in a way that they couldn't dismiss and object to, and would put them in a place of a group unity. And so that's how I came to where I am today, after all of that trial and error. But anyhow, so a story a lot like, very similar to Brant's. But this is a great video. It really speaks right to you really feel Nigel's, his like pain there. Like he's going around to the public. He's like, oh my God, I was there. I saw this happen. And the public said, look, knock it off, you idiot. Everybody says it's this way. It's not that way.
Yeah, he's just a normal guy. He's confused. And one of the things that I think people that are involved in any type of education, either formally or informally, what you realize over time is that one of the best ways to teach a concept is just to create an analogy, because analogies can be shortened, slightly simplified versions of something. And it doesn't have to be infused with all of the details of the actual situation. You make it as simple as possible, and then you can imbibe that lesson. And once you understand that concept, then you're ready for the bigger concepts. You're ready for, like, quote, the real thing with all the information in there, because you already understand the concept. So that's what I wanted to do with that. Now, one other thing that I'll say, I don't remember the exact phrase that you said that triggered this in my mind, but I think your story about early on when you were memorizing these concepts, and you said that at a certain point you realize we're not going to be able to raise an army. It's not going to happen. Sometimes conversations that I have with people on the interwebs, which is a series of tubes, who are on the fringes of the white well-being community, or they're a little bit over in the AntNet community, or they're mixed all over the place, is that I tell them, look, I understand where you're coming from. I understand what you're trying to promote. I understand that you have these issues with inaccuracies and these laws. And here's another video about some Muslims stabbing people. And here's another video of black kids beating the crap out of a white kid. And here's another video of a judge locking someone up. Like, yeah, I get it. I see it over and over and over. So what I tell them to try and put this in terms that may be of value to them is sometimes I use this kind of silly another analogy. This is from the Phantom Menace, 1999, Star Wars. This is after George Lucas made the 3 good movies, and then he became really fat. He had this big bloated neck, and he became kind of silly. And instead of making good movies, what he decided to do is make movies for his adopted kids. So I don't know what the hell his problem was. Anyway, so here's the Phantom Menace. Now, in the Phantom Menace, towards the end of the movie, all these battle droids come down, and they're invading Naboo, and Jar Jar Binks and his boys. And the battle droids, for whatever reason, they're all controlled. Their power units or whatever are controlled by this ship in orbit. And little Anakin Skywalker, of course, goes up and shoots it and blows it up. So all the battle droids that are fighting all of a sudden go, boom, they all just fall over. They're done. Okay, they can't fight anymore. Now, in my mind, playing that in reverse is what we're trying to do. We're all battle droids that there's nothing going on. Okay, now you want to have an army. You want to do like whatever you're trying to do. Okay, have a giant, sewing club or what, it doesn't frickin' matter. You can't get frickin' white people together to do that. We're not all together. You've got to get everyone activated. And like you said, and I'm reiterating it again, you have got to play to the morality of white people, the morality of Western kind. We have a morality that nobody else has. If you've traveled around the world, if you've been around other people, you see how they treat each other, you see how they treat animals. This is not difficult. You see that we have a higher standard of morality, a different morality than other people have. So when all of these other races, and I know I'm making a big generalization here, of course, as they look out for themselves first, we're not doing that.
Yeah.
Because we have a different morality. And again, we've been propagandized forever not to do that. Now, when what Jason is doing is you teach our people that taking care of our well-being as important as everyone else's well-being, then you got the trigger. Then everyone stands up. Then they're okay. They're okay with that. Then you can do what you want. Then you can start working together for whatever type of organization. But you have got to bind our people together with the morality first.
Amen. Amen to that. That's a perfect place to wrap it up. We love you. We're going to have you back for sure. Thank God that you are doing what you're doing and you're in service to white well-being. Folks, make sure you head on over to schoolofthewest.org and get involved, participate. There are numerous ways you can do so. And you're going to see, folks, in just a minute, we're going to be celebrating some swashbuckling, and you're going to see 2 examples of how in a moral way you can advance our cause and win the day, even over things like police departments. And with that, 15 seconds, we'll be right back. Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's sit up high in our seats. Get out your 007s, your quadruple 07s. This is swashbuckling haven, and we are begin those celebrations, those cheers for the great Danger, Brant Danger. Ladies and gentlemen, big celebration for the hard work that he is doing. Check out that video. That is so cool and very interesting. Hey, it's the beginning of the month, and we celebrate our monthly financial contributors at the beginning of every month. This is the honors roll call, and we begin with the all-stars in the honors roll call. And at the very top of the all-stars is Promethean Healing. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up. Big swashbuckling, big swash. You could do this at Gumroad, and you could do this at Subscribe Star. There are options below. Check it out in the description. Promethean Healing at the very top of the All-Stars. Continuing with the All-Stars, we have Joseph in the All-Stars of the Honors Roll Call. And we also have over there in the All-Stars, Robert is over there. Big salutes and big celebration for these champions, financially gifting without giving any thought to their financial gifts every single month. It just happens, and this is usually in addition to financial gifts they give over the course of the month. We have user 5728 also in the All-Stars of the Honors Roll Call. Make sure you celebrate user 5728. And one more in the All-Stars, and that is Mother of Victory. Big salutes to Mother of Victory and the All-Stars. And now we'll continue with the rest of the Honors Roll Call. We have Maverant is over there. We have Tamara is in the All-Stars. We have Defeat Deceit. Your LG is there. June is there. We also have Hartman, based in Florida. User 5512, user 7264 are both there. Mark is over there in the All-Stars. And we also have in the All-Stars, Happy Kata is in the All-Stars. We have King Petrus, Save Western Civilization Now. Wingit is over there. GDA is there in the All-Stars. Greg is also, in the honors roll call. And finally on this screen, Zanazak. And wrapping up the honors roll call, we have Hendrickson. And we also have a Riot Skid over there. That's on Gumroad. Don't forget, Gumroad is another option for monthly financial gifting. If you're looking for an option, Gumroad, ladies and gentlemen, check in the description below over nowhiteguilt.org. Click on financial gift tab. Celebrate the honors roll call and the all-stars of the honors roll call, ladies and gentlemen, is how the gears turn in service to white well-being. This is Swashbuckling. We have a little bit more. Wait till you see what we have coming up. These glorious, we're going to begin with celebrating again from last week. Get out your quadruple 07s. Find the crowns that you have saved for crowning heroes and drop them on the head of Wes Middlebrook. Last week, financially gifting $1,000 to white well-being. Wes Middlebrook. Know his name. Say his name, ladies and gentlemen. Wes Middlebrook financially gifting $1,000 to white well-being. God bless that champion. We love you, brother. Let's get into the swashbuckling. And up first, you know him well. It is Franklinator. The Franklinator in the world. Look at this. Wallpapering the once great state of Virginia and surrounding areas. We love it. End anti-whiteism. Stop white erasure. End anti-whiteism. People are only going to see these stickers once, maybe in their life. Franklin is using the experience that I've had, and he's going beyond. He knows how to do it. If you need help, ask the great Franklinator. Celebrate Franklin, celebrating gems and crowns. 96s for the hero. Not only is he wallpapering the world, IRL, like a one-man race-saving crew, he also is getting together the majority of the swashbuckling victories that we're going to be celebrating today. Give him love for that. That takes hours of effort, of charity. Get it together for the fact that he is here. Troll slaying with the great 4-0 and the great Brant Danger. Troll slaying. The heroes are in the house. God, we love you guys. Franklin would also like to thank Ivan, Biospirit, and Jay Bishop for attending the Donald Trump Jr. stream this week. Show some love to them, as well as Lucky Lunder, the Thunder Down Under, who was there last week. And I think I missed him by accident. Give it up for these heroes over there on Donald Trump Jr., the champion, who is the #1 son of the great Donald Trump. Show some love for those efforts. That is a powerfully strategic place to be. We also want to celebrate some folks that I have seen swashbuckling across. And if you're not mentioned, hey, it's just I didn't see you, or I was busy when I saw you. We saw Western Kind on Twitter rocking it out. Saw the Blue Flame. Saw Ivan the Huggable. Saw TM. Saw Simon. Saw Golden Honeybee. Saw Bob's Dole Bananas out there. We saw Roscoe Rise. We saw Nocturnia rocking it for white well-being. We also saw Hawkeye over on YouTube rocking it. Let's get some love, some 07s, some 007s for these champions swashbuckling. This is how we change the world. We are the elite forces. We are the special forces. The rest are the special ed classes, ladies and gentlemen, the special needs that are out there in the world. We are the special forces. They are the special needs. Let's take a look at what some of these champions have been doing over here out in the world. Swashbuckling. Look at this. We have one of Western Kind. Would he have been denied his diploma if he had praised Buddha or Mohammed? No. He was denied because Christianity is the primary religion of white people. And anti-whiteism wants to suppress anything that is a source of meaning and strength for our people. Look at this. This is epic. 8,000 views and counting. 400 plus. Remember, that is the audience of this person. That is not us. That is this content creators' audience, not our audience, when it spreads from everywhere, when those idiots want to say, it's the pendulum, it's just coming from everywhere, well, you didn't do it. It's us seeding it everywhere, so it comes from everywhere, because it has to show up everywhere for people to believe it's everywhere. Dingbats, big salutes for one of Western kind. We know he's a hero. Give him love. Show the love for the swashbuckling. Here you have Anglo-Saxon, and this is an Anglo-Saxon NWG week, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready to get on your feet. We're going to just knock through these. This guy's got like 24 successes this week. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG. Who else is fed up with our country being white erased? Over 1,000 likes over there in King Dice from his audience, 76 plus replies and growing. Let's just keep it going. I want you, if you want to get involved, if you want to be a king or queen swashbuckler, take a look at how our swashbucklers talk, the successes they have, and imitate that. And then make sure we know that you are having successes. Anglo-Saxon NWG, no more anti-whiteism, no more tolerating anti-white rhetoric. We deserve to have well-being too. Trump 2024, 107 likes. We're rolling still. Anglo-Saxon NWG, Trump 2024, no more tolerating anti-white rhetoric and no white guilt. 164 likes from this audience. Who are they? I don't even know who they are. 164 likes. You got replies. Love and life, ladies and gentlemen. These are these communities. We need Trump to call out the real issue, anti-whiteism. We deserve well-being too. Trump 2024, 362 likes over there. Do you remember when we started on all these different content creators' channels and Twitter platforms and the rest? Nobody would give us likes. Nobody entertained us. And now, growing hundreds and thousands of their audience. Keep it going for Anglo-Saxon NWG, a practical Promethean god force this past week for white well-being. I'm so exhausted with the uptick in anti-whiteism. Who's with me? 64 likes out of nowhere, 13 replies to that. Look at the swashbuckling. Man, this is some serious, debonair, glorious swashing. I'm sick of living under anti-white oligarchs. Look at all of the dialectics that Anglo-Saxon NWG is using. All of the lexicon showing up everywhere. Who's with me? 625 people have given likes to this of that audience, of King Dice's audience. 38 or 28 replies and growing, ladies and gentlemen. Starting conversations about these things. This is how you grow when you don't have the money to own the platforms. I'm sick of anti-whiteism. Who's with me? 1.2 thousand. And look at this. Mead. With him. Look at over here on. This is the NWBA players shut down. Anglo-Saxon all over them. It's showing up everywhere, folks. It's showing up everywhere. Nobody's doing it because it's showing up everywhere. Anglo-Saxon NWG is doing it, bitch. It continues. Anglo-Saxon NWG. Who else is absolutely sick of anti-whiteism? 741 people of this audience agreed. Sick of it too, says this person. Sick of it too. What would be said here before? What would be said here before? It wasn't anti-whiteism for people to agree with. Show the love. Show the quadruple O sevens. Who else is sick and tired of anti-whiteism? Over on this channel, 2.4 thousand people and growing said, I'm sick of anti-whiteism. What would be said here before? The wokies, the communists, the lefties, the whatever. Anti-whiteism, the concept, changing the way our victimization is discussed. Over 2,000 people and climbing. In Canada, it's insane, says this stranger. 70 replies, starting a conversation there. Can you believe this, champion? Anglo-Saxon back again. Who else is sick and tired of anti-whiteism? 955 people say yes. This person, me. 54 more replies. Can you believe this? Can you believe this epic, pristine, swashbuckling, flamboyance, glory, ladies and gentlemen? This is not an audience. This is a revolution, ladies and gentlemen. Anglo-Saxon NWG. Who else is fed up with anti-whiteism? Over 1,000 people showing up say they're fed up with anti-whiteism. Here, finally, we have the great champion, Eric, down under. He says, who else is sick of anti-whiteism as well? And this is over here on Isaac Butterfield's channel. 358 of his audience say they are sick of anti-whiteism as well. Comments filling up below. We also have the White Baron. You know what I'm talking about. I am. And how are all the politicians, and how all the politicians pretend it doesn't exist and doesn't address it. Another great channel called No White Guilt covers it well. Ladies and gentlemen, you better get on your feet. 007s and crowns and 96s for this community of special warfare operators, special love fare operators. You know the Cool would be back this week. He's here every week rocking it out of the park, and we're not even at the best parts yet, ladies and gentlemen. Cool Papa J Magic over here on Lotus Eaters. And remember, he pointed out 2 weeks ago how much Yiz does in her work with the Lotus Eaters to spread the lexicon and dialectics. Cool says here the reason he is being treated this way is because he is viewed as the avatar of all white Americans across the West, really, who still feel a rightful sense of ownership over our countries. This is our home, and they don't want us remembering that. 500 people of the Lotus Eaters audience agree with the dialectic here from this community that Cool Papa J Magic is expertly swashing with. Show him love. Show him love. Let's head on over. We have to confront anti-whiteism. Any conservatives who aren't willing to are pretty much just in the way. Using the dialectics, the lexicon there. I'm tired of the conservatives obfuscating from the obvious reality that we are being targeted. Another 500 likes from the Lotus Eaters audience. It's coming from everywhere, Jason. It's just showing up everywhere. It's showing up on the gun channel. It's showing up on the thinking channel. It's showing up on the conservative channels. It's showing up everywhere. Wonder how that's happening. Cool Papa J Magic did it, bitch. Cool Papa J Magic over here. Many libertarians seem like decent men and women, but the entire philosophy is misguided and frankly childish. It allows for no corrective measures to address our central problem of anti-whiteism. Without confronting this, we will continue to lose everything. 49 likes, brilliantly written comment over there out of that audience, instigating a conversation in the replies. You gotta love it. Here we have a stranger over here, Dairy Squad, writing under what's his name here, that as a Hispanic man, he says, I'm sick of all the anti-whiteism. 600 likes from Jeremy's audience. 600 likes from that audience. From a Hispanic guy. Wonder where he got it. Let's show some love to the Hispanic guy. Big love to the Hispanic guy. We loving on you. We're loving on you. We're sick of anti-whiteism. Show him some 07s. Oh, one of our very own, Dan D. Westman, is populating these free little libraries with, well, wouldn't you know it? Go free. Show Dan D. Westman love, ladies and gentlemen. Swashbuckling IRL. It's showing up everywhere, Jason. You couldn't have had anything to do with it. Your community is too small to do anything. It's just showing up everywhere. You have no influence, except we are everywhere. We are everywhere and nowhere. Celebrate Dandy Westman, ladies and gentlemen. But wait a second. He's populating libraries everywhere. Oh, my goodness. Look at Go Free showing up in all the free libraries. Go Free business cards, books showing up everywhere. Dandy Westman is a godsend for white well-being. But could you see him when he came by these? He swung by on the rope. But Jason, what was the rope tied to? It doesn't matter. We're swashbucklers. That's how it happens. Dandy Westman, we love you. That is flamboyancy. Oh my goodness. John G., the original G in service to white well-being. Can you believe somebody who is this epic has a personalized license plate holder that says Go Free, NoWhiteGuild.org. Oh my God. I want you on your feet. I want you to drop crowns on this man's. This is the diehard swashbuckler. Captain Swashbuckler John G. Show the gentleman some love. Can you believe it? Swashing everywhere he drives in the world. We love you, brother. What an epic service. The one and only No White Guild Clips has shown up, ladies and gentlemen. He's got so many clips. I don't get to all the clips and all the numbers. He's got tens of thousands of views every single week for his clips. Share his clips. We're being censored into oblivion. Here you have the glorious clips. Whites must realize that our individual well-being is only attainable in any lasting way by way of our group's well-being. The dialectic front and central from Go Free. Here you have this champion. As long as you remain selfish individuals, you could have 10 billion white people and we would be easily defeated. He's quoting me in this video. Take a look at this. This video by itself, 8,000 views and counting. Give it up for No White Guild Clips. 96s, crowns and gems, wreaths. I want you to throw wreaths, swashbuckling flags. I know they give you swashbuckling flags and the emojis on the other platforms. Let me see you celebrate on the other platforms as well, those who are out there in service to white well-being. Almost 10,000 off this one video alone this week. Paul Zaipula, champion galore. He writes, anti-whiteism is the greatest threat to the West. 14,000 views, 14,000 people viewing this, nearly 600 and counting, saying that they agree and they like it. Give it up for Paul Zapula. Quadruple 07s. Throw some wreaths at Paul Zapula. He's just going to be walking down the street and wreaths are going to land on his head. It gets better, ladies and gentlemen. You know it. The Don himself, felony Don Trump. There's a definite anti-white feeling in the country that can't be allowed. You did that. We did that. I want you to look at this. I want you to think about this big time in your world right now, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to think about it big time. Replicable and scalable victories. Replicable and scalable victories. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Just the missus this past week had a co-worker that she interacted with that had been handing out samples where she works of fruit to the customers in the building. And a specific set of these customers, black anti-whites, were handed some of this fruit. And they decided that they were going to attack this white woman with anti-whiteism, malice aforethought. They went right to the management and they told the management that this white woman handing out samples of fruit to everyone gave them fruit, a free sample that was in keeping with a stereotype that black people like watermelon. It just so happens everybody's getting watermelon. And this white woman was taken aside by the management for anti-white humiliation ritual and anti-white obedience training because of an anti-white hate hoax, which these anti-white blacks perpetrated on this white woman. She was in tears. She was crushed. But one of our activists, just the missus, was there. And she came to her aid and told her that what they were doing was anti-white, that it was an anti-white hate hoax, that what she was enduring was anti-white obedience training and an anti-white humiliation ritual. And the woman's face lit up. She had never heard these concepts before. She didn't realize that she was actually being victimized instead of just being a misunderstood and not anti-white enough, a good person in society. When she realized that she was the moral actor in that interaction, she went to her union, got her union on the phone, and told them that she was subjected to this anti-white humiliation ritual and anti-white hate hoax, and the union agreed. Reaching out to the management, telling them that they had handled it completely the wrong way, and that this woman was actually the victim of a hate hoax. Ladies and gentlemen, anti-whites, white sympathetics out there, rather, who want to use every other technique under the sun will say to you, what does it matter that one woman, so what? That one woman got the union to side with her. So what? Who cares? What does it matter? It's replicable and scalable. If one woman can do it, 10,000, 100,000 can do it, and the world is changed. Do you understand replicability and scalability? Do you understand the power of replicability and scalability? If one can do it, thousands can do it. We got one more, ladies and gentlemen, even bigger than the biggest that you can possibly imagine. But I want to take your memory back to when I got iHeartMedia, a major media platform, big time major media on planet Earth, to change the picture they were using when a black boy attacked what he perceived to be a white girl, might have been white, might have been white Hispanic, on a bus. iHeartMedia ran the story and showed a picture of a white little boy. I reached out to them using our lexicon and our dialectics about using this white little boy, how it was anti-white. They apologized and immediately changed the picture. And I showed you all the difference between complaining about this, which was Salty Cracker, and his 40,000 plus audience complaining and mocking the anti-whites at iHeartMedia for putting that picture up, and what we achieved, which was to change the behavior of the major media. These people who are Nazi LARPers, the people who are the multiracial Jew haters, the people, all of these different, the cuck leaders, they would say, big deal. You changed the picture on one story. Do you understand replicability, scalability? Burn this into your soul. Replicability, scalability. If it can be done with iHeartMedia, by me, it can be done 10,000, 100,000, 1,000,000 times over by our people. I want to also bring your attention back to Raymond Foster and Heidi. Is that their last name? And Raymond and Heidi. And they went to the school and they had the curriculum changed by going into the school, talking with the teacher and the principal about an anti-white story that their little white boy was going to have to do in a book report. He's going to have to write a book report on it. They went to the school and they said, this is anti-white. Here's how it's anti-white. Here's how it victimizes us. It's a product of anti-whiteism. The teacher said, I hadn't even thought about it being anti-white. You're right, it is. I'm changing the curriculum. Well, the Nazi LARPers and the others out there, the Jew haters would all say, big deal, you changed the curriculum at that school. Replicability, scalability. Now, I want you to listen closely. Farm wife in this community, a police force in Colorado. And I'm going to put the images on the screen in a minute. A police force in Colorado arrested a rapist a couple of weeks back. And they put a stock photo up of a white man in handcuffs. And they said, we've caught the big rapist in the town. This is a big police force in Colorado. We have caught the rapist. How do the police interact with other people? who use other methods in white sympathy. How do they interact with them? Farm wife, I want you all to get on your feet. On your feet, celebrate just the misses. On your feet to celebrate farm wife, crowns, gems, laurels of victory, roses, swashbuckling flags, everything you can imagine. She reached out and she wrote this to them. Dear Aurora Police Department, I am sure most of the department has no idea that anti-whiteism is occurring on your Twitter page. Whomever runs your Twitter page is spreading white libel. The APD did an excellent job apprehending the vile rapist. However, when the arrest was reported on social media, a photo of a white man was used. We all know that a police department would never use a photo of a black man if a white man had committed the crime. Perhaps the person posting the photo wasn't realizing that such actions appear very anti-white. I hope your department can change the picture to the actual perpetrator rather than make it look like the APD is an anti-white institution. I included screenshots for your convenience. Sincerely, Farm Wife. Now, what would happen if any of these other methods out there, which are not really actually geared to helping white people or ending our victimization, they're geared to harming black people or Jewish people on their birth or Hispanic people on the basis of their birth, not with love for our people to end our victimization that's occurring on our birth. What if somebody had written and gone to, what if I had gone to iHeartMedia and said, well, the Jews are all behind? What would have happened to that picture? What if you had reached out to the police department and said, the only reason you're doing this is because of Jews, or the only reason you're doing this is because you love black people? They would investigate you. iHeartMedia wouldn't have even responded to me, much less change the picture. The union that responded to this worker and said, the management is wrong and we're going to make this right, would have kicked you out of the union had you used any other method or any other approach or any other vehicle. What happened? What did the police force write back? What did the chief of staff write back? I am following up. I whited out her actual name, folks. This is Farm Wife, Miss Farm Wife. I'm following up one last time before I close out your complaint. You are under no requirement to, I think this is the right one, connect with me. It is just important to me that you know that your concern was heard. I am happy to set up a time for a call since we couldn't connect last week, but I do not have your phone number. In the event you do not wish to speak by phone, please know that your concern was addressed. While the only intent of the social media post was to let the community know that prompt action was taken to arrest a violent suspect, we understand that the use of the stock photo graphic should be discontinued. That change was made immediately upon seeing the feedback. Fucking A! Celebrate! Celebrate, ladies and gentlemen. Celebrate. This Reagan Pena is obviously a good person, a moral person. And she saw how it was unfair to condemn white people for something that the perpetrator wasn't even white. White people didn't even do in this specific case. And she was able to hear the moral position. What did the police force do to Sam Melia? What are they continuing to do to his family? What happened when you use the moral position, the genuine moral position of our people? What happens? the police force changes their fucking policy. Oh, but Jason, it's only one time. It's only one time. Replicability, scalability, replicability, scalability. Replicability, scalability. There was another interaction. The other interaction was just this. Farm wife writes back, Ms. Pena, thank you for your prompt reply. I commend your department for addressing what appears as anti-whiteism. In the police department's Twitter page, I believe the good people of all races stand against any form of anti-white, anti-black, anti-Hispanic, anti-Asian, etc. behaviors. However, the social media post is still on the Aurora PD's website with the same photograph. The post is still on the Aurora PD Facebook page showing a white male being arrested. I'm unclear what changes have been made. May I have clarification on your statement? We understand that the use of the stock photographic should be discontinued. That change was made immediately upon seeing the feedback, close quote. Here is the link to the posts. If you have any further questions, I have time available to speak Thursday, tomorrow, between 10 and noon. Sincerely, Farm Wife. Here is what the Chief of Staff wrote back. Good morning, Farm Wife. As a practice, our legal team has advised us not to remove posts from our sites unless there are privacy concerns. For example, a photo of a missing child that has been recovered, or another matter related to the release of public information in Colorado. All government social media accounts are an official record. Sorry. The immediate action taken was the decision not to use any stock photo in our arrest-made graphic depicting a person. If you would like a phone call, please provide me your phone number. Thank you again for your input and helping us improve how we disseminate information in the future. Reagan Pena. Let's give big salutes and honor Reagan Pena as well as Farm Wife. She's thanking Farm Wife for reaching out with the feedback about the way that the police department depicts who's being arrested and who's not. And the policy was instantly changed. Instantly changed because of this. Because of this. Replicability, scalability, everyone on your feet for white well-being. I don't know what to say anymore. My big, the police department, a big thank you and salute. And we're going to get to the financial gifts right now. A big thank you and salute. I'm actually lightheaded. I am lightheaded over the victories for white well-being. I am absolutely, this is so glorious in the service of our people. You can see by these examples and the ones that I cited from earlier, how you can take the Go Free stratagem into the world, into your life. You can change the curriculum at a school. You can get a major media outfit to change the image they're using in their reportage. You can get a union to come to your defense, even when it's anti-white blacks saying how much of a racist you are. You can get a fucking police department to immediately change their policy. This is replicable. This is scalable. If it's done to change major media, union, a school curriculum, and a police department policy, it can be replicated, scaled up to hundreds of thousands. And if it's scaled up to hundreds and thousands, as I have been arguing for well over a decade, if it's scaled up to hundreds and thousands, we have our destiny back. Everything changes. This should be clipped. It should be promoted on billboards. It should be all over Twitter. It should be in everyone's face. Everywhere. This is how you recapture the destiny of Western kind. This is how you put an end to our victimization. End of conversation. Big salutes. Big salutes. My God, I can't believe. Farm wife reaches out and she's like, what do you think I should write? I didn't even get back to her in time. She's just knowledgeable about so can you do this? Are you able to do this? Didn't even get back to her in time. And she's decides, well, I study Go Free. I show up on Sundays. I show up on Wednesdays. Let me write it as now is it keeping in my heart. The message lands on the desk of Ms. Pena, obviously a moral person who agrees that it is wrong to condemn anybody on the basis of their race, to misrepresent who this perpetrator was, and says, oh, that's it. That policy's changed. No more stock photos. It's no longer in the hands of someone who could just, some potential anti-white, who's just going to say, oh, I'm always going to make it a white guy when it's actually a different race of villain, which is, of course, doing the public a disservice. Like that. Like that. May God just absolutely lift up these heroes. May God lift up these heroes to the heavens. May God come to the aid of these people who are doing this good moral work. And may God take this message, bring it to the masses of our brothers and sisters and the good people of all races who can see this anti-whiteism in the world, like the Hispanic guy we saw, and are sick and tired of it. And they know that we have to put an end to it for the benefit of everyone across the West. We know that this is the evil of this age. And may God silence, by whatever means necessary, those who continue to stand against us, who continue to stand in our way, to slander us, to misrepresent, to character assassinate. This is the answer. This is the skeleton key. The search is over. It's been over. The search is over. Amen. Let's get to these financial gifts, and we're going to begin with one we missed. They came in the end of last week. This is Jeanette's husband financially gifting. Let's get your 07s and crowns and gems for Jeanette and her husband. Her husband writes with 30 white Wellbeing dollars last Sunday. And I think there's a financial gift this week from this wonderful couple as well. He writes, me and my wife are huge supporters of this movement. Thank you for fighting the good fight and fighting for Western civilization. You are a great man, and we're wishing you huge success. We watch all your content, learning so much good knowledge from you, Jason. Thank you so much for fighting this fight. God bless. God bless the two of you. God bless this wonderful couple. Let's give them some 07s, some 96s. Show them some love, ladies and gentlemen. 30 white Wellbeing. Save the white baby dollars. You know, and just to add on to my prayer, an addendum to my prayer to the good Lord. May white people or good non-white people that who are of means, who are of connections, who have the money, who know how to pull the levers behind the scenes, may they come forward to bring what we're doing here to larger and larger audiences. May them hear your voice, Lord, so that they come forward and they can see with their eyes and ears what actually changes, what we have all of the proof. These 4 examples I'm giving you right here, different avenues of life that can be replicated and scaled up across the West. May those people come forward and bring to us their powers of persuasion, their connections, their knowledge, and their wealth. Amen. Let's continue, ladies and gentlemen, with the financial gifts, which every one of these financial gifts, like this is a glorious testimonial that Jeanette and her husband wrote here. A glorious testimonial. The financial gift is a testimonial. These are working class people. This is not just dollars to facilitate the machinery. These are working class people. So it's not just for a facilitation, the oil, the petrol that moves the machinery, but itself is a testimonial. Thank you so much, Janet. We have the great Wilson Bear. Keep your raucous emojis going. Big salutes for Wilson Bear. $20 financial gift over here on Entropy. God bless you, brother. Thank you so much. And he says, making burgers tonight with no white guilt. Thank you so much for that. I think I'm going to fire up because we're already at 8:45. I think I'm going to go ahead and fire up the Twitter space. You're welcome to call in as soon as we open it up. And that's going to be on the Go Free lesson of the day, which is hitting us in the race while we defend the abstractions. Your thoughts on that, ladies and gentlemen? I will open the Twitter space with that subject matter. Let me just paste it in here. And we will see who all wants to participate with the little bit of time that we will have for those conversations, as we are already long in the tooth. The theme, defending abstractions when they attack our race. Wilson Bear, $20 financial gift. And he writes, making burgers tonight with no white guilt. They're going to be the tastiest burgers you've ever made. For those who show up on the Twitter space, live or in replay, we are going through financial gifts before we get to that topic matter, and also to the snail mailbag, which is a thaumatological mailbag. Of course, we had Stumbling a little earlier with his $5 gift. He's back again. Thank you so much, Stumbling, with a $3 gift as well on Entropy. He says, yesterday, the Lotus Eaters published a great video titled Anti-White White Man Finds Out, covering how anti-whiteism wrecked the career of an anti-white academic. Great to see them adopting our words. Oh my God. Oh my God. You know, that's Cool Papa J Magic. That's Yiz. And that's others who have been and are swashing on the Lotus Eaters community. Their content creators will have to pick up these concepts for white well-being because their community is. God bless them all. Thank you for pointing that out to me. Stumbling. Stay on your feet. Raucous emojis. Celebrating. Throw the crowns down for Dude Bro Moment. Financially gifting $50. 50 white well-being dollars over here to put an end to our victimization for the good of everyone in Western civilization. He writes with those $50. Quadruple those sevens and crowns for white well-being. God bless you, brother. What an epic day of victories that we are having like no other. We have, here's Jeanette and her husband again this week as well. This time, $40. Big salutes. Big salutes. Find these people some raucous emojis. How about some dinosaurs? How about some fireworks? How about some swashbuckling flags? He says, Jeremy and Jeanette here, Jason. Anti-whiteism used to really affect me. But now we have an intelligent way to fight back. Thank you for writing Go Free. You are a brilliant man and a hero. I listen to everything you say. I'm teaching others the lexicon. I have huge respect for you and the good fight. God bless you, my friend. Huge respect for you. Massive respect back to you. And for these wonderful words, this glorious testimonial for white well-being, along with a $40 financial gift on top of the $30 financial gift last week. And here you have Jeremy and Jeanette, a couple together going free. And that's how it should be, folks. That's how it should be. Husband and wife, boyfriend and girlfriend, when it can be that way, coming together in service to white well-being, because the family is the heartbeat of any living movement. And you can see this is based in love, hope, and redemption. It has been for decades and decades. There's nowhere to look back and say, it's not real, Jason. He means something else. This is what Jason means. It's why Jason's been slandered by so many in the white sympathetic sphere, because I have always kept it to the purity and love of our people from the very beginning. God bless you. Thank you so much for that. Stumbling, did we get that one from Stumbling? Yes, we did. And we've got the great Slaughtz over here for $3 on Entropy. God bless you. Slaughtz just shows up everywhere. He's a magic man. $3 from the great philosopher in the community. Every scrape you permit of yourself for anti-white appeasement is gutting you permit of, or giving you, I guess, permit of those more vulnerable than you. Every aspect you permit of yourself for anti-white appeasement. Yeah, okay, yes, exactly. Precisely. It's myself out there in front of the more vulnerable. Precisely. The great Slaughtz. Precisely. And every attack on me and to get people not to listen to me is also an attack on all of those who are more vulnerable, who cannot defend themselves. We have what works. Anybody slandering and destroying my reputation, assassinating my character because they don't like that I don't hate Jewish people on the basis of their birth or blacks on the basis of their birth, is harming all the vulnerable and far more vulnerable members of our community. God bless the great Slaughtz in the service he is giving to white well-being. Let me swivel around here, make sure the mic stays working. And we are going to be turning to the Twitter space in a moment, and anybody's thoughts who might want an opportunity to talk there. We are refreshing on Subscribestar and on Cash App. And on Cash App, we have get off your raucous emojis for Stefan. Big salutes, 007s, crowns and gems. Make sure this man walks on gems. $25 for white well-being, saying everything he had to say with that $25 testimonial. Walking on gems, brother. That's going to be a song. Thank you very much, Stefan. We have the great, the one and only First Last. And you want to make this gentleman walk on gems as well, because he financially gifted this week 50 white well-being dollars. God bless you, heroic champion in service to white well-being. He hears the voice of the West. He says, thank you for being right on so many levels. Well, God bless you. Thank you for being a man of the West, of good enough character to notice and say so. God bless you, brother. $50, a testimonial from another working class, another genius. And here we have, folks, you just can't do it. You can't say enough. I want you to get out all the gems ever produced for the Olympics, all of the medals ever produced, and put them on the neck. Bury the one and only No White Guilt Clips, who just financially gifted 100 saluting dollars. This young man, working class young man, bringing in thousands, tens of thousands of views a week, swashbuckling views to white well-being, and financially gifting 107. What a fucking glorious champions we have. $107. That's 100 saluting dollars from the one and only No White Guilt Clips. God bless you, champion. We have the great, the one and only Yiz the Unifier. We'll be on Tuesday. We'll be on Thursday, or wait, is it Monday and Thursday? $5 financial gift, weekly folk tithe for white well-being kip from the great Yiz the Unifier. And if she's still here, she could share the channel so you can make sure you show up for those fantastic shows that she puts on, incorporating in the entirety the Go Free lexical dialectical armory of power in service to white well-being. Swiveling around to here, I see we didn't miss anybody financially gifting on Rumble. Let's see, did we miss anybody on, is that Diamond? Nope, that's from last week. And looks like we didn't miss anybody financially gifting on Rumble. What about Odyssey? Did we miss anybody financially gifting over on Odyssey? Nope, it looks like we didn't miss anybody over there. Now remember, moving forward, tag me on these different platforms. It could be on the conversation tab on Twitter. It could be on the thread underneath of the live stream. It could be asking for the microphone over here on the Twitter space. It could be over there on Odyssey, on D Live, on Rumble, on YouTube, anywhere. Let me know. Tag me as No White Guilt so I can see the comment that you want to share. I want to hear what you have to say. Questions are certainly welcome. Please, ladies and gentlemen, I want to hear from you. The gathering is where the special forces, which is what we are, come together. We find out how to swash as epically and pristinely as Farm Wife. And we go out into the world and we change the world. Is that easy, ladies and gentlemen? We are the special forces. Everyone else is the special needs. Let's get into the mailbag. We have 2 items we're going to take a look at real quick. Keep your hands on the raucous emojis, ladies and gentlemen, because you're going to get them out right now. Raucous emojis for, who is it? Who is it? Who did this come from? Let's see. Where are my glasses? It does say in the letter here, for white well-being. And this is Hyperborean Dream. Make sure you salute Hyperborean Dream, ladies and gentlemen, on your feet. Show some respect. $35 financial gift showing up in the thaumatological mailbag. God bless you, brother. $35 from Hyperborean Dream, a true treasure in service. And buddy, I peek down into the mailbag. I see one more. We're going to celebrate for Anonymous. Has written us again. Anonymous, with the wonderful handwriting and the beautiful card. $100 financial gift. Let's show some love. Get on your feet. Glorify. Rain the crowns down. Rain the crowns down. Hello, Jason. I do appreciate the successes you share. Could you imagine? You had no idea when you wrote this, Anonymous, that we were going to be sharing 2 more victories like this and swashbuckling galore. Just absolute proofs and demonstrating the replicability and scalability of the work we do here. She writes, it is one thing to recognize the deep pervasiveness of anti-whiteism and the sorry, deracinated state of our people, but to encounter resistance from friends and family is most discouraging. So as I began, thank you for your perseverance. Thank you for your perseverance. Take care, Anonymous. Well, she writes with that $100, a little bit more, ladies and gentlemen. I see we got a request for Mike, and that person will get the microphone shortly. Make sure you tag me with any comments, questions you might have. Anonymous writes a little bit of commentary on Lauren Southern and the show that we did a couple weeks ago. She says, the ideology of the trad wife did not work for Ms. Southern because it was not the goal. See, we get the most intelligent people in this community. Take a listen to this from Anonymous. The goal was not to build a family, but to get the baby. The baby gives her creds to continue and further her career as an online influencer. So true. Perfectly stated. She now has standing in any discussion on motherhood and child rearing toe to toe because she has lived the experience. The baby was a means to an end. Perfectly said. Going trad was brilliant for her. She was able to dump the hubby on the moral grounds of self-sacrifice and decency. She put herself on the line for motherhood and family. She can now present as a feminist warrior of higher rank. So true. So true. From Anonymous. I concede to the use of the term vaginal loyalty, disgusting as the term may be. It accurately targets the behavior. What jumped out to me was Ms. Southern's deep and green-eyed penis envy. She is so jealous of the masculine energy. She wants it, but she can't produce it. Try as she might. Astute observation. Perfect, poignant. The father is mixed race, part Asian. This will increase the child's survivability in our anti-white environment, which in Southern's worldview makes good sense. Ms. Southern is so confused. When she is 40, she will be taking that trip to find herself. Well written. And I have no doubt that when she takes that trip to find herself, she'll take everybody along with the social media and make sure that she brings in hordes of new simping followers and a bunch of feminists along the way. We got some comments over here on Twitter. Regrettably, far fewer than we've had in recent weeks. It's on. The push is on to totally silence us. So if you are not sharing this stream, if you are not reposting the stream on your Twitter account and your other platforms, the YouTube stream, the Odyssey stream, the Rumble stream, if you're not doing it, we're being silenced. And why? Because look at these successes. Look at the successes that we've had. iHeartMedia, a union, changing school curriculum, and changing police policy. And there are more that people have shared over the years, the exact same stuff. All of this is replicable. All of it is scalable. And if you scale this up, if you have a product that sells, if you make cupcakes, okay, cupcake, if you make cupcakes, and every time you make one, people fight over it to get to the chance to buy it and they bid for it, that means if you scale up the production of cupcakes, if you understand business at all, more and more people will buy cupcakes. And that's what is being shown and demonstrated here with the Go Free stratagem. Moral people of all races respond to moral positions, to moral dialectics, to moral arguments, to moral concepts. We have it everywhere in just, God, take me up now. Take me up now. We have scale this up, and the end of anti-whiteism is nigh. Big salutes to everybody who's participating. Microphones coming over here on Twitter Space in just a minute. Great to see Franklin, one of Western Kind, Cindy Ben, the nameless one, RJJ, everybody sticking around. The great Slaughtz is there. There's Cool Papa J Magic. There's Anglo-Saxon NWG. The true G of this week. Southern Bloom is in the house. Promethean Healing is with us. Great to see you. First Last is with, there's Pants. Big salute there, brother. June is here. Great to see you. Dan is here. Thank you to everybody who's celebrating across the platforms, for everybody who deserves celebration. Hyperborean Dream is here. Big salutes to you. Big salutes to all the heroes. Folks, you have to make sure. You have to be the one. You have to be the one that makes sure that everyone finds out, that makes sure that everyone learns of this, so that the best of our people can step up and participate. There's no one to rely upon. We're special forces. There is no other 911. We are the 911. Nobody else is coming. Jason can't do it for you. Biospirit of the West can't do it for you. Slaughtz can't do it for you. Franklin can't do it for you. You have got to be the one to step up. Maybe you're new here. Maybe you're brand new and you're looking at this and you're saying, I'm amazed. I can't believe this is just, how have I not heard about this before? You haven't heard of it before because the anti-whites at the top, the anti-whites in the deep state know that we have the remedy to their poison, which is the psychological warfare called anti-whiteism. Beyond that, the people in the multiracial Jew-hating movement have slandered the living hell out of me. To everyone who might come across me in the message I'm sharing here, you have got to be the one to break through the noise. You have got to be the one to direct people back to these success. You're not going to change. I want you to imagine right now. I want you literally to imagine right now Any of those 4 other scenarios, taking what you could learn in the multiracial Jew-hating movement and what would have happened there. Imagine reaching out to Ms. Pena, chief of staff at the police department, and saying, the only reason you're using a white male is because Jews control everything, and Jews hate America. Jews are all destroying America, and the Jews are Marxist, and the Jews are anti. What would have happened if you had done that? The police would investigate you. You know that. They would have passed your information right along to the FBI or whatever country you're in, to the secret police. They would have been coming after you. What if you had used the conservative approach? What if you had written these people and said, why are you showing a picture of a white man? This isn't about race. This is about crime. This is about, they would have ignored you. They would, as they've been ignoring conservatives for generation after generation after generation. All of the write your congressman and write the people at the business and what if you had used any of these strategies with the union? What if you have used any of these strategies with iHeartMedia? I had iHeartMedia write me back and say, oh, we're sorry for that picture misrepresenting the story. We will change it immediately. And immediately, do you remember Salty Cracker's show from the previous day still had the iHeart Picture media, major media platform, that showed the white little boy beating up another white child on a school bus. Between him doing that show with 30 or 40,000 people watching live, where he just ridiculed the shit out of iHeartMedia. Oh God, look at them, what they did. Because it's racist. It's for 30, 40,000 people watching live, learning to do nothing but to be gelded and laughing at it. Over the course of that night to the next day when we streamed, iHeartMedia responded to me and changed the picture so that when I showed everybody the exact same article from iHeartMedia, it was just a picture of a school bus. If it works at this level, it's scalable. It's been working for decades for everyone who uses it. Everyone can go to hell who continues to slander me and the good work we're doing. Gutting is the word that Slaughtz used there. He's tagging me here in his comment. Absolutely. I misspoke that. Ivan the Horrible is here. Alex is here. Great to see everybody. Chime in, folks. Chime in. Praise God. Praise the Spirit of the West inside of all of us. Private Life is here. The proof is coming through with what works. Let me bring on the first request here. It is the great Slaughtz. And then we have another request. We'll see. There he is. What's going on with you, good sir? What's on your mind?
I'm glad this works because I had to do a special setup to get this working. So
the white man makes it work in the end. God bless you, brother.
So, wow, it's one thing I wanted to mention, I did in the chat, was the chief of staff ended up explaining to Farmer's wife how they're not anti-white by keeping it up.
Yes. Yes. I mean, yeah. Yes. Thank God you called in and said that. Yes. I mean, imagine this. The chief of staff is explaining to Farmer wife how they're not anti-white. Could you imagine chief of staff Pena writing back and saying, oh, let me explain to you how we also hate Jewish people on the basis of their birth? Obviously, no. Go ahead.
Yeah. I also wanted to just, that was because that's amazing to me to see a chief of staff explaining. So I just wanted to bring that up. But also, one thing I would like to see, and I'm not, I don't want to be one of those people who prescribe and then don't do anything. But it would be nice to see a follow-up saying, hey, can you post a retraction about the images you've been using? It's because you can't remove the images. That would be really great. But already a massive victory anyway.
Oh, my gosh.
I just also wanted to correct my donation because you read into it differently than I had surmised it from. I was thinking of all these anti-white little biddies. They're young, but they're still acting like old little biddies because they're anti-white.
Yeah.
Girls, they turn into little biddies because anti-whiteism forces them to act really grotesquely and resentful. I was thinking of those, how they always tried to avoid discussing or even acknowledging harm towards white people, and when they hear about the anti-white MP and defamation of white privilege, they think, well, I have my car, I have my house, I have this cushy job in the office that I put a blankie on when the AC's on. And so saying I have privilege, I don't really care that that's like not even a scrape on my elbow. It's just, I don't even have pride enough or identity enough to even care also. And I was thinking this scrape on your elbow kind of idea. I don't care because it's a scrape on my elbow.
Right. Yes. Good point.
Insulting my people. And I was thinking every time you permit a scrape on your elbow from anti-whites who are motivated by insecurity and just mephitic motivations, when you permit that against yourself for appeasement of anti-whites, you are also permitting the gutting of people more vulnerable than you.
Great. Yes. Brilliant. Yeah. And a lot of these like tough guys, that's exactly how they behave. They're like, well, it doesn't hurt me much. Meanwhile, our more vulnerable, our elderly, our children, our women, our guys that are in bad ways, they're destroyed by it. So yeah, it's a super selfish thing, and it's really repulsive. And also a manifestation of the selfish individualism that we're afflicted with, and we are pulling down here. That's a great point, brother. Well said.
That's all I had for now, brother.
Awesome. You can stick around, man. Just mute yourself. We're going to get over here to the next mic request in just a minute. Based Pup over here on the Twitter comments says, great job, Jason. I accept it for the Team White Wellbeing, on behalf of Team White Wellbeing. Thank you so much. And let's see here. Carl is asking, do we have a Discord? We don't, but we have Telegrams, and look in the description on the video on YouTube to find those Telegrams. Thanks for asking. Richie says, this is a white pill. Maybe the future is not as dark as I previously thought. It's not. This is why I'm able to remain so excited and happy. I mean, how many content creators in the white sympathetic sphere get lightheaded from the victories? I mean, a serious question. It doesn't happen anywhere else. Thank you so much for that. We just scale it up. It's replicable. It's scalable. Scale it up. William says on the same comment thread, I do really appreciate those people who keep fighting, speak up, and perfect our white people. Your ancestors must be proud. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that. The great Fournol over here, an Anglo-Saxon NWG, the first couple on the thread on Twitter, mistakenly slim or oddly slim, mysteriously slim tonight. There's paucity of folks. Carl is over there giving thumbs up. Thank you so much for that on behalf of Team White Wellbeing. We have on the thread under the live stream, we have for White Wellbeing saying a united people will come from a united cause, story and language. You are not too late. Go free with us. Oh, that is poetically written. Give it up for White Wellbeing. Going to pass the mic over. I'm going to keep a look on the live chat. Local editor says, I only got the idea because someone else from Team White Wellbeing did it, and the non-white kid who severely beat the white kid, Jason covered it, and that's where I got the content for the letter. Which one is this? Which one is this? Tag me again and bring me up to speed. I'm confused about which thing you're speaking about. Let's go to the microphone And what would you like to be called, microphone bearer? You may unmute when you see that you have the mic.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, I see you just got my message via YouTube, but I wanted to just clarify that. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, please go right ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that the idea for me emailing the police department came entirely from you covering what happened with iHeartMedia. I was basically trying to write my letter, remembering what had been done with iHeartMedia and just adjusting it to the different circumstances and really trying to give benefit of the doubt to the police department rather than go in with a hostile attitude.
Yes.
And that was entirely everything was completely based on the Go Free method. And from listening to the Wednesday streams, the Sunday streams, I usually listen and replay because pretty busy. But that was, I wouldn't have even thought to do that. I would have just been one more of the people commenting under Twitter, why are you posting a picture of a white person? If I hadn't been introduced to you guys in Team White Wellbeing.
Well, God bless you. We love you. What an amazing, amazing job. What a service to white well-being. You took the proverbial anti-white bull by the horns, and you went in there, with the Go Free stratagem, and you demonstrated how powerfully the moral bedrock of this strategy based in love, hope, and redemption speaks to moral people of all races, and the outcomes, the positive outcomes that issues therefrom. If we all did what Farm Wife did, if we all did that, if we scaled it up, if we could fight through all of these naysayers and the multiracial Jew-hating community slandering the hell out of me, and the people who have tried to destroy us from within, and so much more. If we could fight through all, imagine where we would be today if we would have been able to fight through it 10 years ago. If we would have been able to fight through the grift guarding 10 years ago by these content creators in the white sympathetic sphere who don't, since they're observers, they don't want to hear from people who are agents of change. Imagine where we would be today. But we have to keep fighting. We have to have, so God bless you and your husband and your family. You have no idea how much good you did in service to white well-being, and therefore the benefit of everyone in these once great.
It really was I reached out to Team White Wellbeing and a number of other people. I got a lot of help with it. It really wasn't just me. I was getting advice from various people, and even somebody who's kind of on the periphery of the community sent me some private messages and just helping. So it was really a group effort more than it would appear from just on the face of it.
Well, and that's.
And it was all based on the method that you developed. I'm not any good at coming up with ideas myself, but I am good at recognizing a good idea when I hear it.
Well, God bless you for that too. And that's how we behave here, folks. Very Slaughtzian of Farm Wife, very Slaughtzian. And also Papa J Magic as well. Papa J Magician as well. We are a team, and we're coming together with our talents, with our what we aspire to achieve and be and accomplish, and we are linking arms, and we're saying enough is enough. We're going to work together. We're going to be a people. And how do you be a people? It begins with, just like for White Wellbeing says, that same story, those same concepts. That's what weds a people. You can look at how diverse, how varied the actual Jewish people are on planet Earth, and yet there is a singular story that weds them. That is what we have to be and have, and that's what we have with the Go Free stratagem. Very easy to learn, very easy to apply, and you're going to get support from folks around you, and to connect this to what we're dealing with, what we're talking about, the Go Free lesson of the day, which is the fact that we are attacked on the basis of our race. The whatever they are end up being called, they are woke, they're liberals, they're communists, they're Marxists, they're whatever. They are always revealing what they're doing, literally on often occasion. They are saying it's about white people. We're coming after white people. White people are horrible. And that's because all of those different titles are just different names for anti-whites. Sometimes they imply in their arguments, but the arguments of the anti-whites from things would seem afield, like the economy, medicine, etc., end up being, once you dig into it, an anti-white argument, because it's based in what would be called, quote, retributive justice against white people. That's why we always lose in these arguments, because a moral argument trumps a statistical or facts-based or data-based argument. It trumps moral arguments, trump logic. They trump reason. How many people in the world are actually even capable of reason and logic? Moral arguments win with the human animal, the human species. And since we have not contended with a moral argument, which is immoral to us, that is born out of psychological warfare with a white positive morality built to contend with the psychological warfare of anti-whiteism, we've just been losing everywhere. And one of the primary tactics, the much larger tactic in the West, has been to abstractionize the debate. Why would you do that? Why would white people do that? Primary reason is an admission that there is a social morality that has been foisted on us by anti-whites, that it is immoral to defend the victimization of white people, because according to that social morality, white people deserve it. That's the moral thing to do now. And so instead of discuss the actual subject of the attack, which is our race, our birth, something we can't stop being, instead of addressing that, the actual breach in the wall, these people rouse themselves and head to the unassailed bulwarks of abstractions. And in an abstraction, by the way, they disavow what we have actually as a people created, what we project into the world, our norms, our standards. They disavow them, and then in this heady sort of like drunken way, they think that they're going to have a debate where nobody owns what we've created, and then somehow come out the other side with reason and logic, and the opposition, who's there to victimize us on the basis of our birth, are going to somehow capitulate, even though it's never worked. And that's what we're talking about with the Go Free lesson of the day, hitting us in the race while we defend the abstractions. And it works sort of there. You can see race and face kind of go together. So you're getting punched in the face while you're covering up your abs, the abstractions, and protecting them is a losing strategy. I don't know if either of you have anything you want to add to that, the Go Free lesson of the day. But if you do,
Jason, it's unfair that they don't use reason and logic.
So true. So
Sister,
true.
I wanted to say, you know that you did everything right because you got the result we wanted, which was the benefit to white well-being.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Farm Wife.
Yeah. Yeah, that was really, that's why I just wanted to make sure that the credit went to where the ideas came from, because I just really worked as a channel for that. And just one last thing, and then I've got to go. But I just want to let you know there is at least one sewing circle in the West that celebrates the wins.
Amen. Amen to that. God bless you. Farm Wife, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. A very classy thing to want to reach out immediately and say, hey, it wasn't just me. It was It was all of these contributors. They all participated. The outreach team, give it up for the outreach team, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful, heroic people. They're the change agents of the world. Farm Wife is acting as a vessel for that change in the world and doing incalculable good, a goddess on, and no exaggeration, being able to change the world we live in is the stuff of gods. Normally it takes great wealth. Normally it's, I mean, you're a billionaire, you can sweep in and you can make sure that somebody that you like becomes president. You can make sure that a mall suddenly gets built somewhere. And that is the stuff of gods. Things just appear. Mortal gods. It is the stuff of mortal gods of even greater power, white magic, to accomplish change in the world without any help from those power holders with all the money and all the wealth. In fact, with so many of them against us. Imagine the power of the magic, the white magic that we wield here in service to white well-being. So God bless you for sharing the credit with everybody. That's the kind of people. And there you see, even there is a sewing circle in the world that is hardcore for white well-being. That is a glorious sewing. They all should become sewing circles for white well-being. And then everything will be changed in an instant. Cassie over here on YouTube says, send them to me and I'll have questions why they exist. Cassie throwing the gauntlet down. She's like, I'll do it. Good to see you. Thank you so much for your service. Taking on the scum out there, slandering yours truly. And she was like, I'm not having that. So she got into the fight. Who else did that? Bob's Dole jumped in and he's like, I'm not having people skanks out there slandering no white guilt, because look, forget about me. Forget about me. If this makes its way to enough of our members of our people and we are able to become a people and we repeat the successes that we've had here, then the victimization of our children stops. I mean, in one of the 4 examples, the victimization of the child stopped immediately. The teacher changed the curriculum. And I don't know if the great victory by just the missus today, if this woman that she helped out and empowered, that went from crushed, emotionally destroyed, to being socially lynched by these anti-white bastards, and then her bosses swing in there to socially lynch her, suddenly hears these concepts and the world changes for her. So tears dry up. She suddenly realizes, no, I'm being victimized by these aggressors. I'm going to go on the offensive. And that's what she did, and ended up having the union. How many unions do you think you could reach out to telling them how, quote unquote, evil the Jews or blacks are, and get the response that the union got? How many times? 0. That's why we're in this state. So forget about me. When they're slandering me, think about white babies who are going to continue getting harmed all over the world, all across the West, because people hear my name after being slandered and they're like, oh, that guy, not interested. Not interested. So yeah, feel free to come to the aid of white babies when the scum is slandering yours truly for standing up for, as the great Slaughtz just pointed out, our most vulnerable. Thank you so much. Let's see if we got any other tags. There's the great Biospirit talking about the OT. The OT is the OG, succeeding where none others have before. Biospirit of the West, its leader, who took us to, we've had great leaders of the OT. We had more than one OT for a while, and sort of like a dark OT. Of course, a big salute to all the solo actors out there. I'm not going to forget you. I know you're working hard for white well-being. You're doing great work. Biospirit of the West, big salutes to this hero who stepped it up, found another gear for the outreach team. So many people coming in, working. This is miracle stuff. This is miracle stuff. And I could not be more honored and excited to be a part of it. 4 great scenarios that we shared here, huge victories tonight that are replicable and scalable. Just remember that.
Brother.
Yeah, go for it.
You know that replicable and scalable, I had said perennial on the video that I had sent you that was edited for Jay Bishop's, God, really slaughtered that name.
That's
Jay
okay.
Bishop's, Jay Bishop's victory, I used perennial victory because there is no time in the future or past where that victory would have not been a victory.
Amen. You're so right. Absolutely perennial. You're so right. 100%. Yeah. It's a perennial victory. Every scenario throughout all time. He's 100. Great Slaughtz is right once again. And it is absolutely that kind of to be able to come to someone's aid. One of my most, and as we're hitting here at the very end, let's celebrate Cassie for her victory, going after, big salutes to her, going after one of the scum misrepresenting and slandering me. And Bob's Dole as well. Let's give it up for these people. You don't want to get in, like protracted debates with the slanderers and the character assassinators, but to just bam, hit them and move on, looking for our people. That's the way to do it. So well done. Big salutes. Let me take a quick look, make sure we didn't miss anybody who may have financially gift. There's Hyperborean Spirit tagging me. Will the change of complexion of the anti-whiteism wake up more of the vagues? The change in the complexion specifically? Yes. Yes, it will. More white vagues will wake up because there won't be an out for them. Increasingly, there is you go back to 1970s, you go back to 1950s, and they had the ultimate out. They could say, well, we're anti-white too. My family is anti-white as yours. Don't fire me. I'm more anti-white, as a matter of fact. As the complexion of anti-whiteism changes across the West and becomes increasingly dark-skinned non-white people practicing anti-whiteism, which is not the totality of non-white people. Good non-white people are not going to practice anti-whiteism. The claim by white people that they are anti-white or more anti-white than anyone else that you might meet is going to fall on deaf ears, the exact same way that Ashkenazi Jews are finding themselves, as we reported with the organization led by the person calling herself Jew in the city, pointed out that, hey, all these Ashkenazi male Jews out there can't get work because they look like white guys. And now they're not getting hired, even in Hollywood. So now you see how they're being grouped right in with white people in the Israelis in their efforts to contend with Hamas. It's galore. So yes, that's a great question, a great point. Big salutes. And let's see. I don't think I missed anybody else over there. We are at the bottom, folks. We got to wrap it up because we're going to run out of time. A hard end here coming up for the gathering tonight. But it let this absolutely fill you with the energy of the West, the spirit of the West. Let it absolutely suffuse every part of your being, because we have the key. We know how to defeat anti-whiteism. It works on, I've been saying it forever, works on the micro level. And therefore, because the macro is composed of the micro, it works on the macro level. It doesn't matter. All of these other efforts you can apply to these scenarios we've talked about and any you could imagine. And you will see that in all of these situations, not only would it have failed, but it would have been a colossal failure. In fact, a failure that probably in some of these cases, you think about the school. When you go to the school with your child, they very likely would have called the authorities. CPS would have been at your house in an instant. Certainly with the police department, they would have investigated you themselves or passed the information along to the FBI. So you have a choice here. There is a break in the road. You can decide whether you are going to go free and use the go free stratagem in your life with love, hope, and redemption to end the victimization of white people, that is born out of a consequence of our essence, our birth, something we cannot change. You can choose to take that route as others have and have these successes, or there are plenty of other failures. There are plenty of failures out there, I should say, that you could choose instead. You could stay a member of the multiracial, Jew-hating, and continue to satisfy your need for an excuse to do nothing, and be immoral, by the way, by doing a condemning Jewish people on their birth rather than anti-whiteism, and have that scapegoat so that you can say, well, the reason I have no dignity and the reason we can't achieve anything is because of this scapegoat. You could go to listen to the cuck content creators, as so many of our good brothers and sisters in the conservative movement do. And you could continue with their loser strategy. Nothing could be more obvious and half-witted than trying to abstractionize everything, to disowning all the things that we have created in the world in a futile, feckless attempt to get other peoples of the world to say it's theirs and then to defend it. It has never worked and it never will work. Time is running out on Western civilization. More and more people, it's getting to the point, it's not like when I was 11 and I saw how dangerous this was from my ability to comprehend and perceive at that time with what I knew was out there. And it being very rare that people really were gathering an understanding of how bad it was. Now we're getting to a point that almost everyone can see it. These are inimitable victories, literally inimitable victories. It's never been achieved. It's all replicable. It's all scalable. Take that with you for the rest of the week. Let yourself be counted among the heroes in our stories. I love y'all. Let's go free.